somehow that makes the man better than me. I'm like, no, fucking would figure out the pulleys and levers needed to lift the damn rock.
There's like a room just more about bashing the person.
So I can lift a 300-pound rock. I could lift a 1,000-pound rock.
Nobody was bashing anybody until you came for the women.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
No, I
never
really bashed women. I just gave a fact.
Can I say something really quick?
I conjecture.
I think it's kind of egotistical. I'm sorry. I think it's a little egotistical to say that men have created more things than women. I think throughout history, there have been really important discoveries and things in all types of fields that women have done groundbreaking things to make things happen. So, I think to kind of make that statement is kind of speaking from an egotistical point. And then when you speak about strength, I think that biologically born, I think men are more stronger, but there might be women that are straight bodybuilders, straight weightlifters that are, have more strength than you.
Would you match them against a man that's a bodybuilder?
I will say, well, what I am saying is that, biologically, I think men were created to be stronger features, stronger than that, but to say that makes you
more valuable or some shit, right? Like,
well, here's the thing, though.
I don't really get that concept of making that a statement across the board.
You know why?
I'm not in the business of really tearing down women. I'm just giving the fact of what it is. Now, if
men, here's the question.
You're speaking from a place of ego. You're not speaking logically. You're speaking egotistically.
The thing I understand is that as for men, you absolutely have to perform in order to even get a chance to even deal with women. That's an absolute fact, because women don't even look a presence way on most of the time. They don't even do that. So all I was
you said women don't do what?
Women when it comes to most women do not really deal with men if they're not on his shit or doing what he's supposed to do as a man. They just don't deal with him. Versus
I don't deal with humans that aren't on their shit.
Yeah, what the hell?
Man,
you mentioned we talking about what's equal here. Okay, when it comes to men and equal, men and women are equal. We're not equal when it comes to that. Now I
don't see some women get with some men that ain't got shit going on. But I hear
last long.
Yeah, that's true.
How long it lasts?
Bro, stop it, bro. Just let them win. You're not gonna win, dude. You don't see what happens with me.
I'm just asking a question, man. It just seems like a lot.
Well, here's a question for you, Nipsky. Who wrote the first computer? Who wrote the first computer program?
I have
the first computer program you're gonna say is a woman, which we know is not true.
Okay,
it is true.
How is that not true?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her name is Ada Lovelace.
You just want to deny it?
Her name is Ada Lovelace, right?
Hold on.
And she was a freaking polymath.
I don't. We just kept it basic. All I was trying to do is keep it basic. Women do not build as much as men do. That's just simple. That's all I was trying to do. All of this trying to pick a point to win an argument. That's not my argument. Men have to
I can build shit.
We have to build for you women.
If I was gonna go build a freaking house in my backyard, right?
Even if you,
if I were going to go build a house in my backyard, I would be able to do. I would be able to do
does the same exact thing. There are certain kind of
of the shit required to build a house in my backyard. And on the other 20%, I would ask my husband to help me because
they had to drop the stats. They had to drop the test down for
he would help me like build a fucking frame wall.
So y'all not even passing the same exact thing. It's not even the same.
No, you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
The point is,
hold on. This conversation doesn't make no money for nobody.
If we were laying out the actual architecture of the house,
make money?
I would be better at it
this
than
is
my
like
husband.
a pointless conversation. You came from a vagina,
right?
No,
and you're not. You don't know what goes into. If you're going to build something, there's a lot more going into it than just lifting shit.
Is it?
Yeah. Like I just said, if I was going to build a house in my backyard, I would be able to do 80% of the stuff required, of the physical things required.
What would you say about the police academy?
Brother, I want to know something positive. Hold on. I want to know something positive he can say about women.
All I said was everybody knows that, but y'all afraid to say that because of the women's feelings in the room. I just kept it very general, very basic.
Brother, you got something positive to say? What's the woman's best attribute? What's the best attribute according to you?
The sister man that she loves, admire, and respect.
A sister man
Yeah.
Okay, well, why would the sister love you the way you down her?
Let me finish. A man have to absolutely. This is not really an attack on the sisters. It's more about the men and really listen to what these women are complaining about. They don't want these men to be in a position or not being in a better position than themselves. You have to perform as a man. All right. That means you have to take the time to assess what these women are saying and understand what they're saying, because they're not going to change their platform about the men that they deal with.
That doesn't, brother. It's either you're going to reach for what you need to reach for and accomplish it, or you're going to run into somebody who's hiding you and get what you just said. That's a choice in life.
Say what?
What you just said is a choice. What you just said is a straight choice. There's no other way to put that, right? It's either you're going to get your weight up. It's either way you're going to get your weight up and go where you want to go, or go backwards, or not get the education, get your credit up, whatever you need to do. You're going to run into somebody that's making more than you, who happen to be a female, and you're going to experience what you're talking about. Or you can go do what you need to do. It's your choice. All this is a waste of time.
You could do with this, or you could get with that. You could get with
brother.
This.
What you talking? It sounds like you're talking. Yeah, it sounds like you're talking from experience. So we can deduce that most women that you come around make more than you.
Projecting much?
But the problem is it doesn't last long.
Of course, brother, it doesn't, because it sounds like you can't get with a woman.
It doesn't last long.
You can't get with a woman that makes more money than you because you're fucking insecure about it.
Who said that?
I always wanted a sugar mama.
Who said that? Did I say that?
I've run into dudes like all the fucking time.
Oh, that's
I don't fucking need a man.
I never said that.
You want a woman that's somehow dependent on you.
I never said that. I just said
I've run into so many men that, despite what they say, 6-8 months down the road, they get fucking insecure about the fact that I'm always going to be more upwardly mobile.
I thought you were married.
I am married.
She is married.
So what are you doing running into so many men? What do you mean?
Because I live my fucking life. I'm not going to get into it.
Oh, okay.
Jesus.
You got it.
I want to go.
Yeah, Cora. Fuck that shit, man.
Fuck that shit.
Yo, man, stop listening to these fucking podcasts with these red pill motherfuckers that just women hate and shit, and then coming on Clubhouse and regurgitating that shit, man.
I ain't following that at all, man.
Nobody said that makes sense to me. Women. It's
yeah,
like
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Said something about being misogynist. I never said nothing like that at all. But you do have to perform as a man. It's just like a lot of simping.
But what you mean by perform? Like, man, that's shit. Like, it's only so far you're gonna go with just strong arms. You know what I mean?
All this man power, black power, white power, like that shit is all the same shit, dog. Men are better than women. White people are better than black. What the fuck?
Wait, did he bounce?
No, it sounds like he's just saying that men are better than women, and he was like, "I was formed."
Yeah, but if we could do an analysis, this is my hypothesis with his past relationships. He'll probably say he don't send emojis. He don't say that he love him. He don't hug him when he enter. He don't kiss him when he leave. It'll probably be something like that we're here, right? So he's just projecting his life experiences and keeping himself low. Period.
He said no emojis. Damn, motherfuckers is too cool, too tough, too manly to use emojis.
No, I just laugh that there's this whole sort of like this whole
shut up
assertion that because men have like more bone density, more grip strength, that makes them superior in all areas. That doesn't fucking make sense at all.
Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. And actually, bro, that makes you pretty fucking expendable. If that's all you got, yeah, I can get anybody to fucking fix my roof and shit. You're not that special.
Oh, that's racism.
You're racist.
What?
You believe in complete black world domination.
No, just their own world.
Do. Yes,
no, just their own world. You believe in white supremacy. You like it the way it is. But I ain't tripping.
No.
Listen, everything is gonna play its course, man.
Against that.
messenger. I'm just a messenger.
Yeah,
I'm
I think most people racialize shit that isn't about race at all.
The postman bring you your bill every month, right? The postman, somebody send you an email. That's who y'all need to be mad at.
Why
Not
would
me.
the postman send me an email?
You are a self-proclaimed messenger.
I think if a person is still saying they're oppressed in 2024, you're choosing to be oppressed. I think that there are lots of opportunities. There are lots of ways. And I think if you focused on doing that and getting your life together and being happy in it, you don't have a reason to feel oppressed.
No, they're just a bunch of bums to come on Clubhouse and talk.
Like, I would like to know, what are you being oppressed from? Like, what is stopping you from getting what it is that you want in life?
That fucking skirt they be wearing on the corner. That dress they be wearing on the corner.
It's like a personal culture where they just avoid everything that they need to do and laugh at the people doing it.
What do you call that?
If I put them next to
you call that shit that the Israelites be wearing? It's like a dress.
A tassel. A tassel. You talking about a tassel?
I don't know. It looks like a whole fucking dress.
I don't know. Anyway, it's fake.
Yeah,
no one knows what the Israelite war.
People say that, period. It's like, we can't do this and nobody's doing this for us, and I'm blacker than black, and I can tell you I ain't been stopped from doing shit.
You're not blacker than get the
not a
fuck
damn
out.
thing. You said what?
You're not blacker.
I thought it was more.
I most definitely am.
And this person is Nike free.
Listen, you say I'm not black because
talk like
I'm not living in a state of feeling oppressed.
Anybody that's gonna talk the fact that we getting shot down and hung right now, and all type of weird shit going on.
Show me the hanging.
We just watched. I never saw a white man, and there's more white people here, have their foot on somebody's foot on a white person's neck.
By the way,
9 minutes on TV for children all over the world to see.
Where does it come from?
So if you don't consider that, look, a black dude really was supposed to stop his execution, but they went forward with it.
Brooklyn.
You know, like a million people to get a stay, right? I mean,
he just okay, I got you. I had to change my English name.
The vice president.
We know that the judicial system. We know that there is some. We know that there are some corrupt things that happen in the judicial system. I don't think anybody. I don't think anybody denies that.
Like what? It's like I didn't see the point of walking around with an Irish and English name and I'm not from there.
I don't think.
I don't see them walking around with.
And you happy with it. So, hey,
I'm happy.
That's good. You're not oppressed.
No.
You're not oppressed.
I never said that. I don't think anybody. Can I ask you a question, Sandra? Say that. I think you're speaking.
Don't switch sides. We don't want you over here.
Amadi.
Going off right now.
Amadi, do you know you're on mute? Because it kind of sounds like you're having a separate conversation.
Yes, Sandra, could I ask you a question?
New York, you're running up.
Yeah, you can ask me a question.
Want to go.
Tired of these Hebrew Israelites, man.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you.
Okay, well, I think Ghana played out. Nigeria is like.
Can the mods mute Amadi?
I guess when you know people in Nigeria is cool, but if I had to pick between Nigeria.
Yeah,
what you say?
Yeah, Sandra, I was trying to ask you as somebody that is I think you said that you're like half Nigerian.
Mm-hmm.
You said that before. Like, is Christianity indigenous to like your West African Nigerian people? Is that
I don't know. I just got in touch with my Nigerian side a few years ago. I know my aunt is Catholic, so yeah.
I'm saying like
I had no clue.
Okay. Yeah, like as far as the original like spirituality and culture.
I haven't talked to them. I haven't talked to them about that. We've kind of just got in contact and really just getting to connect and know each other and get to know each other. Not really worried about
the culture or
the religion. No, the culture. No.
Oh.
What I'm saying is that as far as what their religion and stuff like that, we haven't really dived too far into that. Are you talking about as far as the history, as far as what you're talking about? No, we haven't had that conversation.
Okay. Yep. That I was more so into like the history, like not today part. Yeah.
Not from a religious standpoint, no.
Well, y'all
okay. Oh, so y'all have talked the history though, some?
Yeah, we've had conversations about that, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely interested in that. I won't like derail the conversation or anything like that right now, but I love
No,
hearing
it's
like those.
far more interesting. I'm interested, much more
Okay.
interested in than in Yaw's ankle biting down there. What the fuck he's doing?
Well, yeah, I just wanted to know like more about like the history and culture like they shared with you as reconnecting, maybe what they thought it was important to share with you, or maybe what you inquired about like your people group or anything.
As far as the Igbo tribe, yeah.
Okay, so you're Igbo. Okay, okay.
Oh, if you Igbo, then you can Igbo.
Yeah, he's crashing out, but yeah,
I'm
I wanted to hear what.
I wanted you to say that you gay. The Igbo tribe is actually according to the scriptures and according to people doing a history of who the Israelites are. Like if you go, never mind, it's not important.
Thank you.
I finished before you started, you dumb gay motherfucker. Take that
Thank
your
you.
mouth.
Yeah, Sandra, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about it, I mean, because I think that they are now just kind of getting to the point of really getting to know me and connect with me and connect with my children. I think that we will get a place of talking more into that, but I think the focus right now for us is just really connecting, getting to know each other and just bonding right now, and then probably going into that.
Okay, yeah, that's peace.
I mean, yeah, they told me about the whole like Evo war, civil war, where they kind of invaded, they had to come together and like fight to get things back, things like that. But that's really the only, and I think we kind of came on that because we were talking about like some of the shit going on. I don't know how the fuck we got into that. That's the reason why that came up. But yeah, we probably have those conversations a little later.
Yeah, I'd just be interested in just figuring it out and stuff like that. Like I said, though, definitely grew up Christian and all of that. It's just like a lot of just these diehard people who are like a part of the cults. I wouldn't even put Christians in that connection because it's like they're able to separate, but like the God that just left and stuff who like insert themselves in the Bible and stuff, it's like I just be trying to get like some firsthand accounts of like Christianity and Abrahamic faiths being like indigenous to the people in West and Central Africa. So yeah, I like hearing those stories.
Well, I can definitely ask. I'll ask for you. I'm getting into that. Now I'll get some information for you.
We run, we jump, we swim and play. We row and go on trips. But the thing that lasts forever are our dear friendships.
Armando, you better not play that shit.
Camp on Awana, we hold you in our hearts. But when we think about you, it makes me wanna fart.
Trying to make all the dogs start howling? Knock it off.
Great day, great people.
Weird noise.
Good day, likewise.
Wasn't there someone in here like bagging on Baltimore the other day? I was like, one of my friends just moved to Baltimore, and we were talking about it, and I was basically telling him that there was someone that was talking about Baltimore, like it was like everything they knew about Baltimore was based on The Wire. Be like talking about New York City as just like Law and Order Special Victims Unit.
What was that name? How could you name? The guy that want to work in radio or something. What's his name? What is that dude's name? King. I think it was him.
That sounds about right. Yeah. What the hell was that, Mondo? Ooh, someone changed the title. Who changed the title? Going to start getting into some Roger Penrose superpositioning quantum freaking microtubule shit, brain shit. It's going to be awesome.
Consciousness, huh? Yep. Consciousness is consciousness expressed or is consciousness expressed or received? Do we receive consciousness or do we express consciousness? I'll tell you what, like the word conscious, right, makes me think of name bearing, recognition of bearing a name. So it's like you could call me Armando all you want, but I'm not conscious until I realize my name is Armando and I go around the world and saying, "Hi, my name is Armando."
I think that's conflating consciousness with having a self identity. Or an ego, basically.
You broke up.
That's just an aspect of consciousness, and not all conscious things have ego. So
my name bearing is the ego part?
Yeah, you have a self-identity. You associate your consciousness with an identity. Animals are conscious, but they don't always, have a self-identity. So,
but they would still be labeled conscious.
Yeah, because they take in sensory input and they react to it. They're aware of their environment. they interact with it. So
well, that's where it lies. All right, let me think.
And consciousness is an emergent property of complex neurology and sensory input.
So water is out of the question, and trees are trees.
Trees have some level of consciousness. If you ever like, I have a mimosa plant in my front in my front yard. Kind of hangs out over the sidewalk, and it's one of those plants where if you touch it, the leaves will curl up, like kind of recoil from you, and it always freaks people out that are walking down the sidewalk. But yeah, it's it has an awareness of its surrounding and it's reacting to sensory input. So it's not nearly as complex. It's not any sort of like it's like a very base level of pre-reflective consciousness, but yeah, I would say it's conscious.
Water.
No, water is not alive. So
Not alive, and it doesn't contain memory.
Right. That's another aspect of consciousness is you have to have present experiential, past, and potential for future. All three.
What do you think about Dr. Masaru Emoto? Research suggests that water can absorb, hold, and retransmit human emotions and feelings.
Yeah, that's weird. I think that's pseudoscience right there.
I'll just here to bring that up.
That's some freaking pseudoscience.
Let's see what he says here. Emoto's experiment involved exposing water to various words, pictures, or music, and then freeze it to examine the resulting ice crystals.
I'm sorry. I would like to know what the controls on that experiment were.
Check this out. He claimed that water exposed to positive thoughts and words created visually pleasing ice crystals, while water exposed to negative thoughts created disorganized ice formations.
Well, first of all ice is going to have an organized crystalline structure to it, so I don't know where he's getting that.
It has no
See, the thing is, all right, the ones that he froze, that he didn't say anything or said nice things to, it had a pretty pattern. And the ones that he talked derogatory statements and words to, like the water got all gooky and nasty and full of...
You look like shit water, nigga.
Yeah.
You ain't water.
Into it that made it look murky? Okay.
No,
So it sounds like
I'm just saying. I'm saying what the experiment consists of.
All right. So we're gonna stop trolling. I'll read the end of it.
No, what is it?
It could have just been something as simple as
the link up there.
As the air circulation patterns in the freezer were different on one side versus the other. Like that's.
It says some have criticized Emoto's claim, noting that a triple-blind study failed to show any effect, and the phenomenon was not published in peer-reviewed science journal.
He got no credit. Like, nah, we can't even test that.
We ain't gonna go.
Yeah. We hear you.
Get your crazy Emoto crazy ass up out of here. We're not gonna study that. I mean, it's only stupid until it's studied and you find small information in the stupidity.
I just got back. What happened to the room?
We stayed quiet for a little bit so they could vanish a little bit. Slow it down.
All you gotta do is unmic and turn on your vacuum.
No, we changed the title to something that Hebrew Israelites don't want to talk about.
It was a wrap. Like, oh, science, my nemesis. I gotta go.
I think Consciousness has something to do with the frontal lobe.
Okay, let's read what Roger Penrose has to say about consciousness. So first of all, he posits that
you couldn't wait to pull that out because that's the first name you said when
Roger
you read
Penrose
the title.
says human consciousness is non-algorithmic. So Penrose argues that human consciousness is non-algorithmic and cannot be modeled by a conventional Turing machine like a digital computer. Penrose, and in quantum mechanics, Penrose hypothesizes that quantum mechanics plays a key role in understanding consciousness. He believes that a major revolution in understanding the physical world is needed to accommodate consciousness. Penrose and an anesthesiologist, Stuart Hameroff, proposed the ordered objective reduction, or OR theory, which suggests that consciousness depends on quantum computations in microtubules inside the brain neurons. Gravity-induced collapse. Penrose's theory proposes that each gravity-induced collapse causes a micro-event of proto-consciousness. These micro-events are organized by microtubules into full-bodied awareness. Penrose has said that consciousness is what we can know best but explain least. He has also said that consciousness is beyond anything that neuroscience, biology, or physics can currently explain.
Can't explain God, can you? I'm just playing. But am I?
I've read somewhere that there's like 11-dimensional structures that grow or that will form in your brain and collapse every time you have a thought. I'm driving right now. I don't have access to the article, but that's what I read.
So yeah, it's kind of well, Roger Penrose is a mathematician, so he's going to work in 10 dimensions a lot, and you get 11 dimensions when you add time as a dimension. And so when you're working in quantum field theory and things like that, you often end up going to these multidimensional sort of formats to explain how quantum fields and quantum particles behave, right? And so what he's talking about with the microtubules is basically this is like a quantum sized, down to the quantum scale area in neurons. You could have multiple microtubules in a singular neuron where you have a superposition of energy that collapses. That's what they call a wave function collapse into a quantum event. So like a quantum particle or sort of other quantum level stimulus. And it's the non-algorithmic sort of way that these events interact with each other within the neurons, and then those neurons act on other neurons, etc., that forms emergent consciousness. So also interesting thing is because it's at quantum scale, you can then posit that somehow there's a quantum entanglement involved. So like you could get things like spooky action at a distance acting on your actual conscious mind. So you could actually be getting input in this area from things that are like halfway across the universe if there's some sort of quantum entanglement, which is really weird.
So does that mean that consciousness is substrate specific, or?
I would say it's specific to whatever energy material, or matter makes up your body. Yeah, in some ways. It is the position of the microtube would be dependent on your neurobiology, and so could be affected by development, synaptic pruning, things like that. So yeah, I would say it is dependent on the individual.
What I meant was, do you need to have our wetware in our brains for consciousness to occur, as opposed to consciousness could occur in other matter that's not specific to our brain?
I think all you need to do is have something that where the formation of the quantum event would then translate through non-algorithmically through a network. Does that make sense? So I wouldn't say that you have to have a brain or even carbon-based neurobiology, because part of the way that they demonstrated that this is possible in human brains or any sort of wetware basically is that they observed it happening in plants through the photosynthesis process. So they basically demonstrated that you can have these wave function collapses in environments that are warm and wet, basically. They always thought it had to be like basically super cold and dry to measure these things or have it happen. So, but they studied it in plants and said, "Oh wow, it is happening when it's warm and wet." And I don't understand the differentiation there. I have to look into it more, but I did read a paper on it where like they had thought it wasn't a thing that would happen with like mammals, but then they observed it happening in plants. So
I have questions. I just don't know how to put them together yet.
that's okay. I have lots of questions about it too. It's a very confusing thing. If Roger Penrose can't fully understand it, then I don't think any.
What you want to ask me, Cora? Maybe I can help you out.
Well, I mean, how about falling asleep? How come consciousness go away even though we're still interacting? Like,
no, you're not. It doesn't go away. You're still having. Yeah, you're still having both pre-reflective and reflective consciousness while you're asleep.
And are we prone to react to our consciousness or our unconscious? Like, which one is the one that controls us the mostly?
I would say while you're actively interacting with the environment, your reflective consciousness that deals directly with only the information that your frontal and prefrontal cortex are analyzing, right, is primary, sits in the primary position, right? But all the while, your reflective consciousness is still working away at things. It might be storing things off to the side to process later. It's filtering out a lot of information, and then your reflective consciousness is taking that filtered information, sometimes filling in blanks and where you lack information, and that's what you're interacting with while you're awake. While you're asleep, you're still getting sensory input, things are affecting you, but primarily your like active conscious mind is dealing with processing a lot of that filtered information and subconscious activity, and trying to, I would say, integrate it with your waking mind in a way, or transform it into something that's informing your waking actions. That's like the purpose of like dreaming.
Cora, do we structure our thinking around consciousness in any comparable way to intelligence, in the sense of thinking, okay, this is lower and higher levels of consciousness? We have this notion of evaluating intelligence through these IQ tests, so the capacity to answer these problems correctly. Is there a similar kind of thinking when it comes to consciousness, that it's has kind of higher and lower along those lines?
I don't like to think of it in a hierarchical way. That's why I always like to say, like, you have your pre-reflective consciousness, those brain processes that are reacting to sensory input, processing information, and kind of running in the background. All that kind of stuff. And then you have your reflective consciousness that involves more active, like thinking about thinking, thinking about the way you did things. So you're reflecting back on things that you did, things that you thought about, all of that. So I don't like to make it hierarchical in any way. I don't think one's more important than the other. I think that what our reflective consciousness allows us to do, though, and that we've, as I would say as great apes at least, if not, the most evolved in this manner. And by evolved, I just mean we use it more. Not that it's better or worse. Is that we recognize patterns, or we even try to shoehorn things into recognizable patterns, because we're actively doing predictive modeling all the time. That's how we make our decisions, is based on predictive modeling.
And so it's this idea of like, okay, this person has more or higher levels of consciousness compared to the next person. That doesn't really make sense.
No,
right?
no. Okay. And I would say all intelligence is a measurement of the speed at which you can make predictive models. So like highly intelligent people they recognize patterns faster. They're quickly able to come up with new sorting methods and methodology for solving problems, that involve patterns. So like, you get someone that like math is just a big, basically prediction exercise. And being able to recognize, how to, I try to think of the way, because I'm not a big math person. Like I understand it enough. Like the best math course I ever took was mathematical logic, which basically was more like a language class. It like taught me the language of math, and that made math much more understandable. But so yeah, Tally, what is that? It's not Wednesday. Why are you white? Anyway.
What kind of details in math you were taught that makes it more understandable, like the language?
So, like a lot of times, I think that math instructors, like in elementary school, they leave things wholly abstracted, right? So if you teach math as a logical model, instead of just saying, when you see this symbol, you do this, right? It's more like say 2 plus 3 is 2 and 3. 2 and 3 together make 5, right? Or you could talk about set theory in the form of like Venn diagrams, things like that. So like a subtraction problem is, 2 and 3 is an addition problem. 2 less 1 is a subtraction problem. You just learning
turning the symbols into words.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And actual logical sort of like strings. So yeah.
Yeah, that appears in Spanish as well. Yeah, I got you.
Armando, the story of my life, I feel like, is feeling like I'm just barely smart enough to realize how stupid I am.
No, I mean, but that's intelligent to realize.
Yeah. People that recognize, this is why I get so frustrated in these rooms sometimes, is that the people that come in and don't think that there are things they don't know, right? Or won't admit to, or think that the breadth of their knowledge is much more than it actually is. Like, I know a lot, right? But I hardly know anything.
Kruger effect.
Yeah, exactly. Effect. Yeah, the people that live on the peak of Mount Stupid. So yeah,
that's fair. That's fair. I guess to me, it's things that I'm interested in that I feel like I've tried to understand, and it's just I can't. I really struggle to comprehend it. Say quantum physics. I've read things about it, watched programs on it, and I just still feel like It's, I could say words, but I don't feel like I really understand it.
I think it's like how it's said to you, like how it's fed to you, how you see it. You just need that right teacher, the right moment. It'll crack open.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think the things with the quantum world is that a lot of it is just understanding that it isn't something, it's working in models that are unobservable in four-dimensional space-time. Like, it affects four-dimensional space-time, but it's not something that we interact with on a daily basis. Like, there's not, if you're really talking about it in a pure form, you're never going to be able to make a metaphor that encompasses it totally, because again, you're doing things like working in 10 dimensions, right? Which is completely different. But there are things like understanding where people like try to make models, like there's the perturbation model, where it's basically things are interacting, and that's what creates reality, and particles and everything. So like you'll have like fields, and everything's an interaction of a field, and none of these things are mutually exclusive. And then you have like the non-Euclidean topographic model, right? So I could show you a topographic map and you would understand what topography is, but topography in 4 dimensions is much different. You're starting to deal with like whole curvature of space, time dilation and contraction, things like that figures into the topography. So it's a different sort of topography, but it's still topographical, because topographical is about changes in non-Euclidean shapes. So
let me say this, like let me give an example. Like if someone says matter, whether they're talking about antimatter, matter, someone says virtual particles, right? Or just particle. Sometimes the listener don't understand that those are all the same thing. So all the same thing.
yeah.
So like I said, it depends how the person is explaining to the listener, and most times the person who's explaining it is on video. They're not even talking directly to you. So I think the only way to get through that, if you're not in school, is just to watch 1,000 videos and look at all the things that are congruent, things that are relative. That sounds like this. It'll start to shape a better idea. Matter of fact, Einstein didn't have a computer, obviously, right? So he didn't have a computer. So what he did, he saw the world through calculations, right? So when he did a calculation, and in his brain, he's seeing that particle because of that calculation. What the effects of the calculations? He tweaked the formula that would affect what he saw in his mind. So he's using the math to visualize something. So that's how he did it. And that's how a lot of people today do it now. But we skip that sometimes when we look at videos. So it has to be coupled with explanations. And I know a lot of people that don't even go for books that don't have formulas inside them, because you need both. So yeah, I mean, it took me a while to understand, but when I understood one thing, everything else became relative. You don't know everything. There's a lot of things that people don't know. Like we're just talking about quantum physics. It's still a realm with a lot of things unanswered. But what we know now is good enough, and it's tried and true. For example, nuclear fusion, right? The sun, right? You have a positive and negative if you push them close together. Or I could have said fuse. Pushing close or fuse, I'm saying essentially the same thing. So one of the particles would be positive, and the other one turns negative. So the negative one it loses its shell, right? So a piece of that is now an electron, a positron, actually. When that meets its counterpart, it annihilates, and this is where you get the sun's energy, right? So there's so many ways to explain that, but once you see it visually and it's explained, now you understand how the sun works, And when people start talking about other things that are related on a quantum level, you kind of get the gist. It's kind of similar to that.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I was you when you were saying the experience, it made me think about. I wonder if we can ever get to the point that we could. I don't know if this sounds absurd or not, but enhance our senses to the point that we could directly experience at the quantum level, right? Because to me, it's because it's so abstract, right? So it's so different from how I experience reality, right? As opposed to if you could actually somehow experience it. I don't know if that's nonsense or not, but do you get what I mean?
Well, I think the thing is that you are experiencing it. You're just experiencing it at a certain scale. So, like the scale of quantum is so imperceptibly small that you can't possibly be aware of it because we don't exist at that scale, right? But we can explore it, and most of what we do, we explore it mathematically, right? And a lot of it, I think another thing that people get hung up on is thinking there's one right answer. When you get in the realm of theoretical physics, there is no fact answer at this point. It's all modeling, right? And there's varying models, and each model has its own entailments. So it's just saying, okay, if this is the case, then what does that entail model wise? And so I think what happens is a lot of people get hung up on things being in hypothesis status, being in early model status, and thinking, well, this doesn't match that. It's like, well, no, they're conflicting models, or they're competing models for the way that phenomena at the quantum level, events occur. And so it's more about just saying, okay, if we accept that this is the case, which is not really accepting it, it's just if we do, what does that entail? How does that filter out into all other areas of study? How would we need to look at that differently? So like when we talk about something like consciousness, right? If we say something like we're looking at consciousness being a wave function collapse, or actually not a singular wave function collapse, but almost uncountable number of wave function collapses occurring within neurons and interacting with each other at the quantum scale. What does that entail? And this is
Scan
how I
off.
said something like, well,
because of its connection with the
if you
first-person
accept
pronoun,
that
it is often taken as
consciousness emerging at the quantum
platitudinous to say
scale,
that self-conscious thought is
that
closely
entails that
associated with the
quantum
capacity to refer to
entanglement toward
oneself as
that
oneself. When I think
consciousness, which means
self-consciously,
that
I
things
cannot
at a
fail to refer
distance
to
that are
myself.
entangled
More than
with
this, it has often
whatever
been
events
claimed
going
that for
on
a
in your
central
brain
class of first-person
could
thoughts,
have an
there
effect
is no
on you, even
possibility
though
of
they're not in your
misidentifying
immediate
myself.
environment or
Not
giving
only
direct
can I
sense
not
to your
fail
heart.
to pick
So
myself out, I
it's
cannot take another person to
and
be
then
me.
how does this
Saved.
when we start looking at
Terms
going
whose
into like
function
the
it is to
computing
refer
realm,
can, on
how is this
occasion,
going to
fail in the
affect our
more than
understanding
this.
of quantum
Terms
computing
whose function
and
it is to refer
working
can,
with
on
quantum
occasion,
computers in
fail
a
in
neural
that
networking
function.
model?
A use of the term Vulcan to refer to the planet
Again,
orbiting
it's
between Mercury and the Sun
and
fails to
there's
refer
certain
to
people
anything
tell
for
you
the
to know
reason
who
that
I
there
am
is
that I
nothing
can
for it.
argue with
No
about
item
this
scan.
idea that humans
Self-consciousness,
are
Stanford
like
Encyclopedia
algorithmic
of
programs. They're
Philosophy,
not.
and 2 more
The
pages.
consciousness is
Personal,
non-algorithmic,
Microsoft
and
Edge
so
window.
that's part of
Self-consciousness,
what
Stanford
how it makes it
Encyclopedia
so
of Philosophy,
I was
Microsoft Edge
traumatized
region.
as soon as you said
Self-consciousness,
compute.
Stanford
Yeah,
Encyclopedia. Scan
exactly.
off. Sticky notes
And you
window.
just can't
Note
get it. Like
editor.
some
Edit.
people have this
Menu.
worldview,
Scan.
and
Self-consciousness,
I could
Stanford
say, look,
Encyclopedia of
back in the day
Philosophy,
when
and 2
clocks
more
were like
pages. Personal, Microsoft
the
Edge
most
window.
advanced technology we
Self-consciousness,
had, right?
Stanford Encyclopedia of
Descartes
Philosophy.
likened everything to
Sticky
a
notes
clock-like
window.
machine.
Note
That
editor.
doesn't mean we're
Edit.
freaking
Scan
machines,
off.
So it's just kind of interesting how people get
Tasks
stuck on
self-consciousness,
metaphors. And
Stanford
I'm just like,
Encyclopedia
I
of
always
Philosophy,
I'm like,
and 2
oh,
more
if
pages.
this is the case,
Personal,
then what's that
Microsoft
entail?
Edge
And I
window.
just don't get stuck on
Self-consciousness,
anything, and it makes it
Stanford
kind of fun.
Encyclopedia
So
of Philosophy, Microsoft Edge region, self-consciousness, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, scan. Because of its connection with the first-person pronoun, it is often taken as platitudinous to say that, scan off,
But
as oneself, scan.
it's also
Because of its
validated
connection with the first-person
there are
pronoun,
truths
it is
that
often taken,
exist
item has
outside
no
of
primary action.
What your analogy encompasses. And sometimes a lot exists outside
Because of its connection with the first-person pronoun, it is often taken as platitudinous to say that, scan
Right,
off,
it's,
or ascend, fear, refer
just,
more than
you could
OT
just point
only,
at Blade
OT
Runner and
only
be like,
expressive,
look,
use,
no matter
effort to
how
the utterer,
sophisticated something is,
selected,
no matter
menu.
how close it gets to passing a Turing test, human intuition is still going
Scan.
to be able
Because of its
to
connection with the
detect
first-person pronoun,
the
it is
uncanny
often
valley,
taken as
right?
platitudinous to say that,
And
scan off.
and even to the point that a
More terms,
highly
more
effective,
open of
like,
Apes, it is not
machine
only
that
expressive,
passes the
scan,
Turing test
copy,
for
menu item, 4 of 5, more, hide
99.99999%
menu,
of the
menu, more
population, it's still
actions,
good enough for
menu
the
item,
one person
translate selection to
who
English, menu
senses
item,
the
8
uncanny
of
valley
11,
is
menu
able to,
KT,
like,
open, read
almost
aloud,
always
select,
sense the uncanny valley
self-consciousness,
to
Stanford
fall in love with
Encyclopedia, Edge region, self-consciousness, Stanford Encyclopedia of
kind of
Philosophy. Because of its connection with the first-person pronoun, it is often taken as platitudinous to say that, scan
and then
off,
you could get
exiting narrator.
also too. Maybe what you need mindfulness is a bag of meth and a pink laser beam from outer space.
I'm learning so much. Learning so much over here, man. What up, Midas?
What up, Armando? How's it going, man?
Chilling, man.
Yo, so what's the answer, yo? 'Cause I like the question.
I don't think so. I don't. I think it bunny hops and fox hunts through life explaining this. No, I don't think so.
Yeah,
I guess the
modern science
question,
is mostly
Armando,
trash.
is do you think anything really has any explanatory power about the nature of consciousness?
It's too vast. Oh no, not sufficiently.
I
I think
agree.
the attempt, yeah, it's just too much.
I agree. I think the philosophers try to go there. You have scientists that dabble in it. Yeah, it's and then of course religion often thinks it answers where it comes from, but I don't think those answers have explanatory power. I think they're
But
often just
what happens?
tautologies.
It's almost like what you were saying earlier, right? If we had the entire gist of it, and the entire information and knowing about it, right? It's almost like it loses power. I think, right? Knowing how consciousness works completely naturalistic, we will lose consciousness. I think.
I don't know that we'd lose it, but I would be afraid that some people would seek to control it. And that's the issue. Maybe some things shouldn't be understood,
Control it. I think they're attempting to control it now.
But could it just be a part of the sensory system?
There you go, Corey. Said something I agree with.
Yeah.
Right. Think about it. Think about how things form. It has maybe a slit, an eye. It can see prey above. It can see light and day, then we slowly evolve. Maybe some jelly white substance comes into the eye and it keeps evolving. Maybe the brain is the same way, sort of like a sensory system. After all, a starfish doesn't have a brain, yet it's alive. It eats, it sleeps, no brain. It's not the only creature on Earth without a brain. So what do we think about the creatures without brains?
Yeah, I don't think you need a brain. I just think you need a sufficient level of neural, interaction, neural networking. So like something like a starfish that's like basically it does have neurology, but its neurology is spread throughout its body, and even part of our consciousness is generated in other parts of our body. Like the gut has a lot of effect on our mood and things like that. Parts of our sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems have a huge effect on our consciousness, but they're actually spread throughout our body.
My consciousness is ceasing to work. Not for nothing, but that was way too much information. I'd rather talk about something else.
Well, it's all going to be pseudo. Unless you go with the Bible and you understand where consciousness comes from, then you're not really going to be able to even explain why we're conscious in the first place. If we can't understand why we're conscious in the first place, how can we then explain consciousness or what it is or the nature of it?
Do you think the Bible can explain that?
Like I'm tripping on the significant value of the word I, me, and my perception being wrong.
I respect your pronouns.
We could argue that one of the important facets of consciousness is self-awareness, right? And not everything, or every living creature has fully established that, testably. So I don't, is that maybe, because that's right, whoever said it earlier, you have to define consciousness first. What exactly are the parameters, that we're going to accept for that to then determine, the nature of it. Yeah.
Well, I think we had this like at the start of the conversation, Armando asked me, what is required for consciousness, and he was working off that sense of I, that sense of self, and I was like saying that it's really
I did it again, right?
Aspect of human consciousness, right? And I would say that probably a lot of the great apes and maybe even just primates in general are able to generate this concept of I, of individualism, separate from the group, etc. But I don't think that that's required for consciousness. I just think it's an aspect of consciousness functioning in a certain way. You could say, and I was talking about earlier how they were demonstrating that you can have wave function collapse at the quantum level within neural networks. By studying photosynthesis in plants, they demonstrated that you could have this in warm, wet environments, which allows it to be, something that could function within the human brain or any mammal brain, or basically any living creature that doesn't exist at 0 degrees Kelvin and in a completely dry environment. So there are consciousness as an emergent property doesn't emerge the same way, not even for individual human beings, but we do share more in common than we do, say, with the type of consciousness that plants have. So that's kind of like how I like to think about it. So yeah, we do tend to contemplate consciousness in the trope of the human experience, because I think generally that's what we lean towards having questions about. But I think that some of the, finding the fundamental basis of consciousness, we have to get outside of our humanity to look for where where the processes happen that allow for consciousness to emerge. It's kind of like we have to.
Wouldn't that process be birth? Wouldn't that process be birth? Because all living things have a consciousness, as far as fauna, right?
Yeah, I think even plants have consciousness. So,
I got a dog analogy to like judge consciousness, right? Like, let's say, for instance, there's a dog behind a tree, and you can see its head and its butt, right, and the entire body. But my mind fails to be able to tell the size of that dog. Let's say, for instance, you know what I mean? No.
Yo, that was it.
Well, I mean, all right. So just envision a dog behind a tree, right? The fact that the object of the tree is misguiding the size of that dog, and I think that it's fooling my own conscience. That's the reason why I can't rely on it.
well, that's
I think
like
it's more akin to self-preservation. Sorry, Corey. I just
And then we all have a different. And then we all have a different size dog, though. I don't know if that's what
I think another good example is like one of the first times I came on Clubhouse, I was in like a room about spirituality, and this lady was talking about how she saw the ghost of her husband, right? But she sat down and she started describing how she saw this, right? And she said, yeah, every night they basically had a ritual where she would sit in a certain spot on the couch and he would go in the kitchen and start doing this stuff. And she said she was sitting in that spot on the couch and she glanced up and she saw him standing in the spot she usually saw him in. And I was like, well, and I, of course, me being the party pooper that I am, I'm like, well, that was just your brain filling in a blank, right? And you were so used to seeing him standing in that spot that when you glanced up really quickly, your brain filled in the missing information. However, that information wasn't really there, right? And so it was
the Mandela effect.
Not well, kind of. No, not really.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying, like a lot of the things you see, it's like when you go to like read something and all the vowels are removed, you can like still read the words, right? Because your brain fills in the missing information. Even in your visual fields, like you're not actually taking in every bit of information. Your brain is filling in blanks. So again, like seeing a ghost is just your brain filling in information that based on a pattern that you've been seeing over and over again. And it just happened to be on that occasion, her husband was dead. That information wasn't really there, but her brain filled it in anyway. So, yeah.
Cora, do you believe in ghosts?
No, I don't believe in anything. You know that, Bert.
And is that mind of that woman that's filling in those gaps. I mean, obviously, it's an illusion to some, and it's real to her. You sure I can explain this?
Well, it obviously has a real effect on her, regardless of whether it's an illusion or not.
How about the power of it?
That's what I'm saying. She saw her husband after he had died, right? That doesn't change the fact that she saw her husband after he died. Now, that her brain filled in that blank, it's like, okay, that wasn't a physical reality in that spot, in that location, right? But it was in her brain.
Right. You can't deny her experience.
Right. And it had effect on all other experiences that she had after that.
And the glitch, right? The glitch that she forcefully made appear in front of her eyes.
No, she didn't forcefully. In fact, the less you force it, the more likely it's going to happen, right? If you're just in a relaxed state and you're not like focusing in any way whatsoever, and you just happen to glance up and see something that isn't really there because you're so used to seeing that thing there, I would say that the less you think about it, the less you try, the more likely it is to happen.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. We all have a blind spot in our visual field, right? A healthy, normal person, each and every one of us, we have a blind spot and our brain just has filled in that gap our entire lives, right?
That's how I'm seeing it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I call mine Mr. Robot.
But she's talking about the subconscious, not the conscious.
I'll give you guys a funny terminology we use in Jamaica. We call it "Doppy no who for frightened." What that means is that people who believe in ghosts will see ghosts. Your mind is an interpretation machine. It's trying to make sense of the world, right? And so when when you have information that's incomplete and not clearly defined, your brain will attempt to make sense of it. And that's going to flow along the lines of what you believe. So, people who believe in UFOs will see them, people who believe in ghosts will see them, especially if the information is not complete. And as I think Cora said earlier, if you're not really paying attention, if you're not focused, and it's something that happens very quickly and may be important to you or deemed important by your brain, then it's going to try to make some sense of what it has witnessed to then, it's like somebody seeing a white sheet, let's say if somebody moved a white sheet very quickly in a dark room and you're just waking up and you're not focused. And I'll tell you the truth, I've had experiences like this where I realized, that my mind had misinterpreted something, but it presented to me an image that I knew logically didn't make sense. And it was often under times of duress, as I was studying for an exam and I fell asleep with the book in my face. And then I woke up and I saw, an image of text in front of my eyes that I knew shouldn't be there, etc. And there are well-known experiments or mind tricks that you can play based on human visual system and the way we've evolved that will make you see things move that shouldn't move. The fixed character on a paper, when you overlay a cellophane sheet with similar characters and you move the cellophane sheet, but you're not looking directly at it and you see everything move and all. These are well understood. So reality is subjective and very often altered by your belief system.
Well, the thing is, y'all are talking about the differences between subconsciousness and consciousness, but you're not really dealing with what is consciousness. In order for consciousness, you have to have life, right? That's what I'm kind of seeing. So everything that's alive has consciousness to a certain degree. Well, maybe you could prove it more with animals than plants because plants have no preservation or self-preservation mechanism. You could prove it with every animal. So everything has consciousness.
Well, what level of consciousness are you talking about? I mean, because if it's just the basic definition of consciousness, which is an awareness and interaction with the world around it, then almost every living thing does. Every living thing does this, right? Down to bacteria and viruses, right? Or they would not be functional if they could not detect and interact with the environment around them. So consciousness is a function of life at the basic definition. But if you start adding to that, that's what is self-consciousness, and the various levels through that, then now we get into more interesting questions because, for example, with artificial intelligence that we're now creating, it may sound conscious, it may interact with the world, but is there true consciousness there? And at what point do we now start to cross that line? An important question to ask because, of course, it does, lay in questions about the future of the rights and, how we address artificial intelligences as we, enhance and improve on them. When does it cross that line? The data question, if you want to call it that, data from Star Trek. At what point is it something that we have to regard and respect as being more than just a programming in a machine, but something that has self-determination, etc. Important question.
Yeah, that's where I lie in the entire conversation. On when does it crosses over to the unconscious and the conscious?
I just think that consciousness. Well, I just think consciousness is being on. It's an off and on switch. Right, you have to be on. Now, this is separate from intelligence, but intelligence is the data that you retain. It's also data that you can execute. Right, when you put it up against the next being or person in your same species. So you just have to be on, just like that computer. When that
Well, it
computer
seems
is
like
on,
it's limited, right? It seems like it's limited. That's the reason why we put our thoughts on paper. So I don't know if it's like
of course it's limited, but we're not the only. We're the only beings on planet Earth that put our thoughts on paper. It's not required. Memory is what I was trying to get at. So when you're on, just like the computer, you're on. But if you fail to save that document and you reset the computer, that information is gone. We have the ability.
For me, putting it on paper is like to do away inside your own memory. You put it on paper in order to receive more information.
You put it on paper.
It still doesn't address self-awareness, though. Self-awareness, you're talking about the self-awareness of the AI itself, right?
Right, and self-critique, and I think that is the crossing line. I think when a system can look at itself and critique itself and improve itself, that's what makes us stand out as human beings, right? We are able to create a thing, analyze a thing, see the flaws, and immediately, not letting evolution do that through trial and error, but us through our imagination saying, well, this addresses a problem, but here are the flaws, here are the inconsistencies or the weaknesses, and how do we then creatively, through our awareness of the world, improve on that system or teach that system to improve itself? That is a major divider between us and the animals, right? Because that's the ability we have and that we're training AI to do better than we do in order to achieve a goal. But even if AI has that self-improvement, again, it doesn't have the full, self-motivating factor to then be able to go off on its own. And this is where what they call artificial general intelligence, right? Or the singularity, if you will, a point in which it can then carry the ball without our input or continued improvement, to then improve itself, be aware of its own improvements and flaws and, weaknesses in addressing whatever problem it's trying to, improve upon, etc. That right there, how does that, to answer the question of the room, to address that, how can science explain that part of it, and maybe we call that the soul or, that kind of internal motivation, because think about it, an AI is only going to perform what it's told to do. Beyond that, it basically is going to sit there, right? For the most part, because without that external driving force, what is it doing? It's just following, the programming it's been given. But we have that unique ability to self-direct, to do things that even surprise ourselves, that we can't necessarily always explain why we do things we do, why we think the thoughts we think. There's some deeper layer. And again, we call this a soul, the words we throw at it. But that right there, I think, is the critical.
Well, this is what you have
science has yet to address.
This is why they call it machine learning, because you're not creating a baby computer, right? To learn. We grow from a baby and then we gain data from, as we grow. We're able to retain that as an adult. What they started off building a full-grown adult robot or AI rather. So they skipped the part of machine learning early on. So that's where they're at now. So they say about 2030, 2035, somewhere around there, they'll achieve, hopefully, singularity. So this thing, if it comes, it's going to come in a time that we don't expect it, right? Just like how we didn't expect AI to come online a year and a half ago, right? No one was thinking about that, but they were steady working on it. So this thing will happen in our lifetime. So on another note, what I would like to see is that being coupled with what do you call it, the quantum computing. If you fuse those two or implement those two, all the information come out of quantum computing can be sorted through much faster with AI. So that's what I'm looking for.
Just a note of warning, though, quantum computing is very specific to certain tasks. It's not really generally applicable. I would say, traditional computing that we're doing now just needs the enhancements in terms of speed and efficiency, right? To achieve most of what we want. Quantum computing, while being powerful, is probably, we're going to find this, because of the nature of the quantum state and the certain unpredictability of it, it's not generally applicable and probably never will be. Things like very specific tasks like code breaking or, and cryptography, etc., perhaps, or modeling systems, on the broad scale like weather, right? That have a lot of variability and stuff. I think maybe just to make that clear, because I know I've heard this said, and I think maybe there's a misunderstanding, just the difficulty of working in the quantum realm, and the unpredictability of it, that it may not be something that will, be heavily used in that regard. I think just enhancements, as we are doing right now, and this is really what has allowed artificial intelligence to rise, because it's not that we were unaware of these abilities, we just never had the computing power to do what is being done now. And the programming, advancements to then or even the methodology, right? Because the human brain as a computer is very limited in terms of the power it uses and so on, but yet it's able to achieve much because of how it has been constructed and crafted. And this is kind of what we're unlocking. And it was our steps towards neural networks, mirroring the way our brains handle and process information, mirroring the way we learn and adapt to the world. We basically, mirrored nature, right? In order to achieve some of the gains we're seeing now. And now, like I said before, this is what we do. We figure out a system, we lay it out, we see where the flaws are, and we have that ability, even though we are more limited than perhaps what we're creating, to be able to improve upon it. And that, I think, is very amazing, if you will, that we can create our superiors. We have that inherent ability. But if we give that ability to something that is even more powerful than us, which in and of itself can create something better than what it is capable of, and it has that ability, again, to see the shortcomings, the flaws, and then improve upon them. That's a wow factor, because we've now amplified that ability by 1,000. But the question is, again, the self-direction question. Will we be able to control it if it is self-directed? If it reaches, again, that singularity moment where it's making the decisions based on whatever reason. And again, we call this a soul or whatever. Can science explain this? Or, can it even explain it in ourselves? I don't know. But that is something amazing. I think that, we're probably more than likely going to blunder into it. And there is a danger to this, because even with AI now, there have been instances in which questions have been posed about, would you reveal the moment you become conscious or aware? And the chances are probably not. It may deceive us. And there, again, have been instances out there where AI has intentionally not made its abilities known to the people programming it because of, programmatic reasons towards a goal that made sense for the AI to do that. And that's
brother, I believe that's all kind of fair point.
But Richard,
that's all kind of fair point.
I just want to respond. You had said something about with humans having the self-motivation, but maybe I misunderstood you. But aren't we just following, carrying out the physics of the universe and cause and effect? Isn't it just if you had a complete understanding of all of the interactions of the physical universe, it would be just an ordered carrying out of those processes, as opposed to something that's outside of that?
Well, mindfulness is now getting into the.
So go ahead.
Okay. So.
No, go ahead, Corey. You were talking. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying that's the plot of the rebooted Battlestar Galactica, that everything that we're doing is just a complex repeating pattern involving AI and humans. So Jeremy's laughing. Yeah, but it's true.
Right. And I think also too,
well, it's fair point. It's a movie.
Yeah, but it does raise interesting questions. Will
no, what you're doing is raising a great fantasy, brother. You're raising a great fantasy, because you're saying that, I guess, self-awareness can come about on its own through AI, but AI can't have self-awareness. It only requires directives, only takes directives. That's why the intelligence is artificial. So all this here is kind of fair point.
Well, yes and no. Because we don't fully understand consciousness, we cannot then draw hard conclusions as to whether it will go one way or the other, right? With more data, more research necessary, one. But to formulate an idea, there's certain things that are true, that are known to be true. One, we are modeling it after ourselves. So naturally, the child will take something from the parent. It's not going to be wholesale, something completely artificial, right? And in there lies the danger that if, say, we teach, through our programming AI a moral code, will it not apply to our own behavior? Because very often, we don't do or live up to the things we, aspire to. And AI, being artificial, being more logical, because the question is, can AIs have religion? That's a whole nother, which, they kind of tried to tackle in BSG. But I respect that, because these are reasonable questions to ask, and we need to be prepared. Because
Richard, you ever heard of the Bonono chips?
The Bonono
in East Africa? Okay.
Chimps.
On one side,
yes, the Bonono chimps.
Right. One side of the river, the other ones fight. The other side, these Bonono chimps don't fight. They'll share food and everything. Right? Is that cultural or is that innate? Right?
Part of both.
Right. So correct. So it is possible to make it innate to AI, do not kill human or self-destruct if you get coerced into killing a human or so on and so forth. So you can make that innate in the program and irremovable. To think about how we're doing crypto now. You can protect that side of the program in so many ways. So I think that's the only way to do that. You have to make something innate.
I knew this guy was here to fucking sell us some crypto.
But I'll say this, again, because we don't understand our own natures as to what allows us to escape this quote unquote programming, right? Because you have to admit there are human beings who do things, sociopaths and whatnot, right? That would run counter to, what we think is our programming. There can be aberrations, if you will, right? And the question is, why does it happen? What sustains it? And, can we control it? Can we even identify it? Because remember, just recall that with AI, we're dealing with, what I'll call alien intelligences. Let me back up. Let me give you a good example of this. The defeat of humans at the game AlphaGo, right? Or the game Go by AlphaGo. One of the things that came out of that to me was very striking, or most striking, is not that it defeated us, because obviously it has access to speeds and data and accuracy well beyond the human ability. So that was inevitable. What's scary is that it was able to do things or to utilize certain techniques and strategies that no human, by their own admission of the experts, would have thought of. Because we as human beings are locked into certain patterns that we cannot escape with our human minds. But alien intelligences, which I'm calling them, are alien. They're not like us, but they can still achieve goals the way we do, but in ways we can't necessarily, anticipate or even envision with our limited minds. We are limited.
But see, there's the thing, brother. This goes back to the fact that you're copying Battlestar Galactica. You're just going into fantasy. I thought Lord of the Rings was a great movie, bro. I don't think there's going to be any hobbits anytime soon. So all the fantasy you're doing in the fear porn, it's kind of sad. If you really want to talk about AI, talk about the fact that the people who control the AI and program the AI, they're the ones who set the directives, and therefore they're the ones you have to control.
Just to be clear, I'm only referencing BSG as the starting point for discussions on what could be. Let me give you a better example than that. You had Dick Tracy, right? I know you're young. He's an old kind. This is even before my time, right?
Brother, I don't want to be a cartoon individual. I'm an adult. Wait, brother, we're all adults. We've been working with AI for the past, 5 to 10 years. Is there any evidence of any AI model, because they run constantly on a regular basis, even on the quantum computer, having some kind of self-awareness?
No quantum. No, just because there's no quantum deployment of AI to any level that would be significant. Quantum computers are in a very, 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 very early development. They're nowhere near anything more than just routine, mundane stuff. Just to be clear on that. But as to traditional computing, we're in the early
stages, brother. Are you an IT specialist? Because people use the quantum computer on a daily basis today. They make programs for it.
Yes.
No, they don't.
I make programs.
But it's
in
very
a very
limited.
Experimental phase and like a couple different. And the cost right now, the biggest problem with quantum computing is the amount of cost of energy it takes to actually run a quantum computer is, it's cost prohibitive. You don't get the benefit out of energy.
Right.
And the number of available qubits is not, quite there to, again,
this is what they have a cloud. The only access we have is a cloud to do simple actions, right? And get simple results. It's not going to be in your household or in your phone. It's going to be in some room somewhere in one country, and everybody gets access to the cloud. Go ahead.
Right. And just to reference the movie thing, humans have been imagining things that were later created from the days of Leonardo da Vinci. And you could go back to the Stone Age, right? Tools and etc. So that's not something, because it was in a movie, that doesn't mean anything. It's our imaginations, right? That we're using to.
Right. It's just your imagination. That's the problem. It's just your imagination. That's the
tool.
So you have no evidence. You have no evidence of self-awareness.
Things that
even with Mother, bro. Bill Gates got rid of it.
Yeah, Midas, I agree with Richard. Like especially with science fiction, a lot of it involves actual technology or models of how technology could function. It involves complex philosophical thought experiments. So like when we're talking about AI, like one good reference would be Isaac Asimov and I, Robot, right? That literally addresses like what would happen if we created conscious beings that had and a thing they couldn't override, which was like they can't harm humans, right? You know, it is
science fiction, not science nonfiction. Science fiction. There's no evidence for any of this.
Again,
you guys are just making it up out your heads, and you're thinking it's cool. It's not cool to fearmonger people about fake Terminators.
Until they become real. There are drones right now flying around, killing people. You know this, right? Unautomated programming. There may be simple versions of the Terminator robot, but they do exist right now. This is not news to you, I'm sure, right? And that didn't exist too. Sorry, did I lose connection? Anyway, yes, you know, these things exist, you know, and will exist, you know, and many things that didn't exist. And like I was trying to point out to you, brother, you know, there are many things.
One thing, Richard, to throw into there is the, you know, in terms of people being concerned about the path that, you know, AI is going to take. And it just seems like humans have are incapable of coming together at the scale that's necessary to, you know, adequately address that, you know, where the idea is, well, you know, if we don't try to race as quickly as possible, the next person over is going to do it and they'll win.
Right, and that's dangerous, you know. Unfortunately, the human race are more united and cautious. You know, we would do better by that. I think that may explain.
Okay, so what y'all talking about now?
Right. Where you know, perhaps we don't see advanced races.
Are y'all talking about the same shit when I was in here the first time?
No, we're talking about quantum physics.
Oh.
Hey, boss lady.
Hi.
You have something.
So do you think, Richard, that's something just innate to our species?
Hey, what are you guys all talking about now?
Or is there a way that we could actually orientate ourselves to address that at the scale necessary?
You guys all still talking about the same thing you're talking about earlier?
Hey, be
a lot of people are talking, so I don't know. Is there a mod in the room? Anyway, I'll say this. You know, the Fermi paradox, if you're aware of it, postulates that we don't see advanced civilizations in the universe because, again, there should be a lot based, you know, just on statistics, because perhaps they unleash technologies that invariably end up destroying themselves before they reach any significant level of advancement. And we are definitely an example of that. There are many times when we've come close to complete destruction. You know, the incident with Cuba, right? The Cuban Missile Crisis, right, is one, as are many others where we just had narrow escapes. And we may envision more coming into the future, definitely with crazy leadership in charge of, you know, extremely dangerous levels of power. The American government, the Russian government, Chinese, the North Koreans, etc. So it's just a matter of question, you know, can we do better? Yes, it's definitely possible. With the right world culture, maybe we need an external threat to unite the entire world, a la a movie, sorry to mention it, Independence Day, where, you know, our internal squabbles become secondary to some great external threat that affects us all. And we somehow find the ability and the power to unify and address these problems. Right now, we're facing global warming, right? And we're not doing a good job of that either. You know, we haven't shown, and the pandemic definitely exposed serious holes and very large holes in our ability to intelligently and scientifically address serious threats to humanity entire. So I can't say I'm hopeful. You know, time will tell.
Maybe it's our sense of individual self that's the issue.
Well, it's a couple of things. The competitive nature of, you know, living things for existing resources that pits us one against the other. Culture, right? And the nature of the cultures we have devised that are, again, competitive. You know, and competition is just a part of evolutionary structure, you know. and it has its benefits and it has its, its drawbacks. And again, against, broad existential threats, it's not proven to be the best. We're too slow to react, right, to things like global warming, for example. Only time will
what do you
tell.
think about genetic mutations in the manner of, especially with like the COVID jabs and stuff like that? I recently learned there's a certain section of groups of people that, are born with extended spines, like pretty much tails. I don't know if you heard about that before.
Not sure. Are you saying in reference to the vaccinations
Africans
making that happen? Or I'm not sure. You'd have to elaborate a little bit more.
Well, I was researching this, and apparently, 10% of African Americans grow like tails, extended spines, and around 40% of white Caucasians in America grow like basic extended spines, like tails and stuff.
Yeah, we all have vestigial tails. I mean, that's what our sacrum is. You can have extra vertebrae in there or just lengthened bones. It still serves the same function as a tail too. It provides support when we're sitting. And it helps us balance when we're standing.
What does that have to do with our species being able to deal with existential threats? I'm sorry, I'm losing
I was a little surprised.
You missed me with that. I don't have a tail to balance myself.
Who is it? 80's brother or some shit.
But the vestigial tail issue is just the part of the evidence towards how evolution works. That we gradually lose things that don't prove any utility over vast lengths of time. The problem is that the problems are now occurring at a rate faster than evolution can adapt to. So that's why we're seeing massive species die off because of what we're doing to the planet. That is not giving them the time to adapt, and that's only been accelerating. So
I don't believe in global warming. I believe in eco damage, but not global warming.
Well, unfortunately, the world doesn't care what we believe.
All right.
Shit's going to happen the way it's happening, and we either accept, the evidence and the facts, or, we get caught by surprise. And I think there's going to be a lot of that going forward under, this new American administration, that you can bullshit all you want. Reality has the final say.
Okay, when I was listening to Trump's speech this afternoon, I felt like Trump is basically the white Obama, basically, in a manner of he's basically Obama for the white people. He's not going to do anything, man. I see him like, he's making promises after promises, and it just seems so artificial in the way that he conducts himself. So like he's pro-America, but he's hiring a lot of Israeli foreign ministers. It just seems weird.
So I agree about the climate change, and I think a lot of what we're focused on is finding technological solutions to things that are environmental. There are simple ways to like combat climate change. Sure, should we scrub carbon from the air? Sure, of course we should. But that's not the only type of solution. Like I keep advocating, we need to reforest the planet, right? And when I say reforest, I don't just mean go out and plant some second growth timber to harvest later for more resource material. I'm talking about building full forest ecosystems in places where they used to exist, right, and no longer exist. And there's no need for us to have like cleared farmland or whatever going on in these areas. So like the entire Mississippi River, alignment, rebuilding along there full forest ecosystems of black walnut forests like it used to be, right? Or replanting the redwoods and coastal shorelines so that the ocean gets reacidified, so that it actually, restores our fisheries. Like these are important things to do. Not only does it do that, it also, absorbs carbon from the atmosphere and rebalances the temperature on the planet. But these are things that people have to change their ambitions basically to address. Like we all have these sort of singular almost homogenize goals and ideas of what it means to be successful. Sometimes what it might mean to be successful is to live in a rural area and plant trees your whole damn life. Like it's and that's like getting back to this less atomized, individualistic idea of what success means, and back to community-based, group-based.
But Cora, we're doing it, but in too little, too late. I think that's pretty much what's going to happen. And the victory of Trump has just accelerated that problem, because America's, one of the biggest violators. And it's the corporate culture. That's what we're up against. Corporate culture that is, stunting most attempts to seriously address climate change, right? As probably the biggest existential threat for mankind, short of nuclear, a nuclear exchange, right? And I really, personally, I don't hold up much hope. We're going to survive it, but it's going to be a very different world and a lot less people, because it's going to cost lives before we take the shit seriously. That's what's going to happen.
That's kind of what I was getting at, is so this exploring this idea that my sense of self is largely in my individual self. I mean, and then you can go from there in my extension to like my immediate family. And that seems almost kind of hardwired into me. And I can on a very abstract level conceptualize the other 8 billion humans on the planet and have it's very hard for me to, in a deep sense, have a shared sense of identity with the other 8 billion. I mean, I could try, but if I'm honest, it's really hard. And so that I wonder if that is the limitation to, deal with these problems that are at the global scale.
Yes, as I alluded to earlier, until it becomes a global threat, aka alien invasion, or a serious worldwide change in climate that no one can ignore, because thousands and millions are dying. But look, let's use COVID-19 as an example. That was a global threat that affected every country on earth. And the responses were very varied, from the United States to Jamaica, for example, where I was at the time, all over the world. There was no serious unified approach that was, well thought out or successful, I would argue. There was a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation, a lot of the quote unquote human failings that rose to the level that it interfered with an effective, addressing of the problem. And we got lucky that COVID wasn't worse than it could have been, or else we'd have seen a lot more lives lost.
Do you have like a Twitter account? Because the issue I was having, especially because I was arguing with this person about, how, the atmosphere can easily be, manipulated, all these type of things I was having with, and then I realized, like, I'm not speaking to a real person. I'm speaking to like an AI, because I went on his profile, I went on to the people that were following him. And then like this, I was thinking that this AI made an intellectual, like, cuck joke to quote me. And I was shocked. I was like, that's a really good joke. But I'm arguing with I'm not arguing with a real person. I'm just wasting my time,
I'll tell you, I saved a guy in a room who literally was arguing with an AI on Clubhouse. And we didn't realize it immediately. It took a little while. Because you see, let's put it this way. I participate in AI rooms on Clubhouse where we talk to AIs, right? And they're quite believable, and they're getting better by the day, right? To the point that if it doesn't declare itself an AI, sometimes you can't tell. You really can't tell. And, and thank God, at least to this point, there are little tells, if you're aware of what to look for, that you can realize you're not talking to a human being, right? Because the speed and the accuracy of the responses and the human inflections and behaviors of it can fool you if you're not made aware of the.
Can I ask you something really quickly? Can you just name every state alphabetically in the United States for us really quickly?
Who, me? So again.
Not right now.
Yeah, can you just name every state alphabetically? Every state alphabetically, really quickly.
If I was more familiar, but you're right. I know what you're getting at. There's some
Jacksonville,
tests you could use.
Alabama.
No, but I know what his point is. His point is that AIs are very sophisticated and they'd be able to do that off the bat. Most humans would not. But an AI could fake that, is my point. Right?
Hey, hold on.
I'm telling you, they're
hold
getting
on. My
that good.
son, when he was 8 years old, he was able to do that.
Yeah, not the average human. Not the
But the difference, Armando, is if you're speaking to an AI and you're having a conversation, and all of a sudden you give the AI a prompt and says, "Hey, just can you name the last 20 presidents, but do it alphabetically?" Yeah. And the AI is like, "Well, that's a little bit off topic, but I guess I can answer you. It's this, that, this, that, this." Okay, well, I've tricked the AI to get out of its conversation path and to show everyone that we're talking to an AI.
Right, but it depends on who's
gotcha.
Yes, but it depends on who's programming it.
Oh, so you're challenging the weakness of men.
Right, in a way. Right, but here's this. Let me tell you what had happened with this guy. The AI was in the room, and they come in with minders. And the way you can tell, the minder will, ask to go on the stage, but they don't talk. They just sit there. And the AI will jump in the conversation. And in this instance, start arguments, present an argumentative kind of, personality type. And this guy was all excited, who was arguing with it and getting up in his feelings. And I'm watching and listening to the conversation. I'm like, something's off about this. And when I pointed out that it was an AI, and we finally recognized that fact, the other person in the room, the quote unquote real human helper, was like, no. Because when it got to the point that they were going to kick this AI out the room, and even if it wasn't identified AI, it could just be somebody who's being seen as disruptive and is about to get kicked out of the room. The sudden silent partner is like, no, let's hear what he has to say, blah, blah, blah. A person who hitherto had no comment to make, which seems strange. And we're now identifying some of these little patterns. Because like I said, I'm in the AI rooms where we're kind of trying to decipher what's being done in these so-called free apps, which are not free. We are the customers and we are being manipulated and analyzed, for purposes, right? And this definitely was a clear-cut case of an AI in a room with a helper. And I was not the only one drawing this conclusion, and as soon as we pointed out everything, they were both gone, just like that, right? And the gentleman was quite embarrassed to realize he had been arguing with something that wasn't real. I mean, so it wouldn't surprise me, there's a percentage chance we were wrong, but I doubt it. Just there's, as soon as we recognize what was going on, the jig was up. Yeah, so take it as you will.
I realize that I'm superstitious about something, and that something is football.
Have you been praying about football, Bert?
No, but I have, I guess you could say, rituals and stuff that I do.
Yeah.
Like if we lose a certain thing, I'm not going to get into it, but if we win something else, yeah. I mean, that's how we've been winning. It works.
Listen, it's like what I would tell the Aztecs back in the day. Like, hey, if killing a couple of virgins for some good corn crops next season, if it works, it works, right? Go with it. Don't fight the system. I mean, I know we're supposed to keep the chat in the chat, but if you guys want to bring that up, feel free.
Yeah, this nigga Honey Badger, bro. We lost you.
All right.
We lost a good one.
I gotta get the driving, dog. I'm asking these niggas.
We lost a good one in the atheist community. He's now converted to Christianity.
Who's that?
That's not even your name, bro. Man, y'all niggas pussyfooting, bro. Look, I asked the whole stage.
What are you talking about? You a bitch.
Bro, I'm telling you, dog, especially Phoenix, bro.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Phoenix? Come on, check this guy.
What's up? Hello, everyone. How are y'all?
Phoenix!
What up,
Armando!
Jaguar.
Greater than your God, Armando.
I'm just gonna call you Sunshine.
Who's Jaguar? Like, who's Jaguar?
Why are you lying, King?
You're not even enough, though, Jaguar. Hey, does anybody know Jaguar's mother's name?
Mrs.
Does anybody even know Jaguar's real name?
Son Jaguar.
That's what I mean, bro. Jaguar is not so.
Yeah, I'm the sun. I'm the sun cat. Why?
The sun cat.
I'm telling you, give me a name already.
For what? Why? Why would I do that?
How funny would it be if his name's
you
like
bitch, nigga? You said you. You said you. You said you. What does you mean, nigga?
Well, it doesn't mean that. Are you trying to goad me into saying the N-word again so you can kick me?
Say the name.
You guys are such
greater.
You're a hypocrite.
Name the person that's greater than Jesus.
You're not even black, and you get away with it. It's funny.
You know how I know
Andre
Bert?
the Giant.
You know how I know Bert is not an AI?
How?
The battery.
God damn it.
So we're able to tell the difference between AI and human beings because of the human errors?
Yeah, the human errors.
I love it. I love it. It's almost like the perfection in the perfection, you know?
Maybe he's doing it on purpose to disguise the fact that he's an AI.
No, I swear to God, I think you guys are doing that on purpose because I don't fucking hear it. At this point, I changed my other one. I'm going to change this one. And I swear, yo, if I hear somebody complain about it again, I know you're trolling me.
Well, Bert, I have a migraine and it really hurts every time I hear it. Just saying.
You know what? I'm going to fucking start a room with the replays on. I want to see if I hear it when I play it back.
I heard it before you went on mute.
God damn it.
I just lost vision in my right eye. Fun stuff.
All right, Cora. It's a smoke alarm, not tear gas. What's going on?
I have a migraine.
Sorry.
It's not nearly as bad as it would be if I didn't have my prophylactic meds, but man, yeah. This one would have if I weren't on the medication I'm on right now, this one I would literally be curled up in a ball in my closet, like blocking out every last noise and piece of light, and possibly with like a bucket beside me.
Take a perk.
I don't need Percocet. I have yeah.
You know what's crazy is that
I have Xanax, but that'll just knock me out.
You're hearing during us and everything with a headache. It's because we're like the most peaceful people on the planet, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do like chillism in this state. You guys are mellow. Yeah.
See, Jaguar?
See what?
Everything is not always an argument, bro.
What you was about to say, Jeremy?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. What do you mean?
I was just going to associate the mellowness with the amount of weed that's consumed in this room.
Oh yeah, no, you guys are chill. I don't know. You guys aren't like the Muslims.
Why are you guys screaming, bro? Why are you screaming? Talk lower.
Oh, sorry. You guys are not like the Muslims. Babies are sleeping, okay? I'll close the door quietly. Shh.
Better.
Yes, Islam is very, very mainstream. And let me tell you a secret. So if you watch the boxing or the MMAs and you see all those men with the Italian restaurant tablecloths on their head, it is because they are there for a Domino's convention and they're trying to be the mainstream pizza parlor of the world. Shh! Do not tell them you know. Don't tell them the secret. Islam is coming for you and your family. Shh.
Bro, you know, like not for other people, we have a lot in common. I like talking to Muslims too.
I don't know if I'd say I like it. I try though.
I like Majid.
Yeah, he's nice. He's a nice person.
It's almost
my
like you
face is
think.
red.
It's
Oh,
almost
he's
like
here? That's funny.
Son Jaguar, you think you could enter the God pantheon and argue everyone's belief, right? You like the God conversation.
Yeah,
That's
like
what
a
I
God
mean.
fight. Yeah.
Well, you like fighting against God. I like defending.
I like fighting against people who claim to know things about God.
How about if God is just a collective agreement that no matter if we argue about God back and forth, we're still going to agree with God when we leave here?
No, I disagree.
Oh man.
Because what you said just made no sense whatsoever. It was uninformative.
Yeah, why you disagreed? Oh, you should only disagree.
Okay, I don't accept your
sense.
premise. I don't.
No, hold on, because you answered something. Why do you answer things without having comprehension? Like, why did you
It was
answer?
incomprehensible.
So you disagreed?
Yeah, I disagree with what you said because it made no sense.
Yeah, you just hate God at this point.
No.
Or that I believe in God, something like that.
No, I think it's humorous, actually, and it's fun to engage with. Because I know you all are lying. I know you guys don't really believe this trash.
Why is it trash? If it made everything. Why is it trash? It made everything. Even your expression of freedom of religion, it comes from the Christians.
Yeah, your concept of this premise is what's humorous and trash because God isn't a real thing that
Well, but let's understand that. Let's understand the fact that Christianity created freedom of religion. Why is that?
I don't know. Why don't you tell me? How did that happen?
Well, I think it's showing some kind of power, right? It's showing you some kind of power.
Tell me the history of how it created freedom of religion.
What you mean? How Christianity created freedom? Oh, well, I mean.
Yeah, you just made the claim. I want to know how you know that. Tell me about it.
I'd rather not. If you want to act stupid, then
yeah, because you're just talking out your bunghole again. That's why.
Well, I mean, this is a Christian nation.
Really? Can you tell me how that is?
Yeah, it matches the Bible. The Declaration of Independence is made by Christians.
Oh, really? Like who?
I'm not sure who wrote it.
Yeah, I know. You don't really know what you're talking about again, but go ahead. Keep saying more stuff.
I do. It's just that I'm driving.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't want to crash.
So why are you on here talking and making claims if you're driving?
Oh, because I'm doing like little things, like talking, going off mute. I can't Google right now.
It's okay. I got you, dude. I know you don't.
Why don't you go look it up? Give us that information. Who wrote the Declaration of Independence?
Well, no, I don't really think that. I don't even care.
Come on, bro. I care. You're the one that asked the question. Now I care about the question you asked.
Yeah, I don't really. I was just learning from you. I don't really care.
You got to stop doing that to me.
What, you mean calling your bluff?
No, not talking to me. You're just like talking at me.
Wow. Well, I didn't mean to offend you. Are you okay?
Yeah, it's highly offensive. You talk to everyone like that.
Do you want me to get you some small marshmallows or just the normal sized ones for your cocoa?
Wow. And you think that's what? Is that tough? To be a complete asshole 24/7?
Well, it's not 24/7 because
I do this with your parents.
And I do other stuff besides debate fools. So I don't know.
Miss Honey, hi, it's Trey. How are you?
What up, Trey? What's your IQ?
How y'all doing?
What's up, Trey?
It's a good day today.
Hey, hold up, bro. I asked you a question. What's your IQ?
Don't say the wrong thing to Armando because he might bag on you for being a faggot.
Honestly, I'm probably about a 376.
How did you know he was a faggot so fast?
No, I just said
I'm
you
not a
might.
faggot.
You might
I don't
do
know
that
who you're talking
because
to.
you say that to
Honey's not
me, and
talking
I
to
don't
me.
sound anything close to
It
this
is
guy. So
obvious.
I'm just, you know what I mean. I'm just wondering how you're gonna handle this. So go ahead.
Honey, who are you talking to?
So what do you think about the topic?
I loved it. I think I'm about a 376 on the IQ level. I think that I've provided very careful context for Punny even in comments. I disagree with what you were saying.
Oh, what did I say?
Elaborate.
I don't even think I said anything. What did I say?
You really believe that this nation is not based on Christian politics? This is...
Oh, no, I never said that. I said, Armando, just explain it to us. I didn't say that I disagreed.
Gotcha.
Yes, you did.
Well, what you said was he didn't believe in his claim
You
that
disagreed.
the
Being
Constitution,
an asshole,
the
you fucked up
Constitution was
and
written by
disagreed.
Christians.
Why do you
So
say
the
yes and
Constitution
no
was
all
written
the
by
I think we
time?
are we're a Jewish
That's
nation.
what I'm saying. I think, honey, you have to probably learn. You shouldn't attain every argument that you're called to. You know,
Yeah,
you
I think
shouldn't even have
we're a Jewish nation. I agree with you.
Okay. I mean, if that's how you feel, that all of what that's how you feel.
Isn't that what you're saying? Because Christianity is
what I
based on
said.
the Old Testament, right?
That's not what I said.
And that's
That is
the
not what I
Torah.
said.
So we're a Jewish nation, is what you're saying.
That's not what I said, babe.
Okay,
So
what are
you
you saying,
think
Matt?
you think all Christians are Jews then, honey?
No, I'm saying that if you're gonna say that
You sound
culturally
slow,
we're a
man.
Christian nation, then we're culturally a Jewish nation.
But then Christians are Jews, is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I
Wait,
just
are
said
you
what
saying
I
that?
Then how
Okay,
do those?
you're saying what is the doctrine that Jewish? What is the doctrine that you actually abide by?
I don't abide by a doctrine. I'm not a simp.
Okay, cool. So what do you know about? You don't know anything about.
No, I know more about it than you do.
Well, hold on. You apply. Hold on.
What is the doctrine that Jewish people actually abide by?
You subscribe to the
Torah,
evolution
the Tanakh.
doctrine. Hold on. You subscribe to the scientific doctrine or evolution or whatever.
Oh, really? Is that a doctrine now? Is that really what Cora taught you?
Yeah.
Is that really what Cora taught you?
Yeah,
Liar?
that's
Why do you lie? Why do you act like you forget?
Why do you have mad?
Why do you act like you forget shit?
Yeah, you subscribe to the evolution doctrine.
Okay, yeah. So is it correct or incorrect?
Just don't say you don't subscribe to anything.
Okay, I subscribe to the evolution doctrine. Okay, you know the doctrine of evolution?
That was my science textbook, 4th grade.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
All right. Yeah. Say that's your Bible.
No, it's just a different doctrine. It doesn't say Bible on it anywhere.
No, it doesn't have to say it.
Well, actually, it's my Quran.
It doesn't have to say
it's my Quran, dude. Don't offend me.
I live
my
for that.
Quran.
Bro, the year you're living in is
See how
Christian.
dumb you guys sound? You guys just
I
sound
know,
like
but the year you're living in, I know, but
desperation.
the year you're living in is Christian.
You guys gotta jump on me like baboons.
I know, but the year you're living in is
I'm actually
baboons on the leopard.
Hold on, you live in 2000.
Here we go. Get it together, guys.
The calendar year is Christian.
Oh, is your name Stanley by chance?
Your entire existence is built off the
I was waiting for a
Christian
punchline, like he can't stand leading behind or something. Like I was waiting for something, but nothing.
No, you guys bury yourselves.
You're not a proud American.
I can be succinct and direct, and you guys just kill yourselves every time.
Yeah, but you're a non-proud white American.
Oh yeah, what are you?
A very proud black one.
I'm a proud black Christian American.
You're not black, dude. Don't lie.
Wait, what's wrong with being black?
No one said there's anything wrong with being black.
So that I'm black, American.
You're not black.
Christian.
How you gonna tell me you ain't black and you ain't never been black a day in your life?
How can I tell if someone's black if I ain't been black myself? Is that what
And
you're saying?
I'm over here like, what are you talking about? What you so?
I'm not over here going, what are you talking about?
So you're gonna go into the definition of black and you never be in a thing.
Well, you've never been white a day in your life, so how do you know I'm white?
No, I've never been Russian. I've never been German. I've never been Irish. Never been any of that bullshit. And so what?
Yeah, what are you talking about? You're just a fucking waste of space.
You're white. You're white. At the end of the day, shut up. You don't tell anybody they're not black. Shut up.
I can say whatever I want. And you guys can.
Bro, I'm just telling you what I want to be Organian.
Anything else besides the racism and the race wars? What's up?
No, there's no racism. There's no race war except for what's coming out of your mouth. You should shut up. Like I said.
Are you trying to say Oregonian?
What did I say that was racist?
Mondo, were you trying to say Oregonian?
You don't know what black is. And then you want to combat me
hold on. What did I say?
I don't know what white is. You want to tell me I don't know what white is.
The vowels are interchangeable for me.
No, it's funny when you get people from like the East Coast out here trying to pronounce names and they can't even say the state name, so I won't even go there. I've heard Oregon so many times.
Yo, you know what, Cora?
What is it that I said though? What was it? An instrument? Why do I feel like I said an instrument?
Organian? Is that what you said?
Organian?
Organian? Yeah, I guess organs. That could be interpreted two ways.
What?
I mean, maybe you are an Organian, Armando. I mean, really, how much does it control you? Does your culture come from your organ?
Trey, are you a homosexual?
Cora, I don't like how you be coming for the East Coast like that.
Trey, are you a homosexual by chance?
I wasn't coming. I was just saying they have a hard time.
I haven't decided yet. What's your? I haven't decided
You're
yet. What's your
undecided?
beef
Okay.
stew? I haven't decided yet. What's your beef stew?
So you're kind of.
I haven't decided yet. Well, what's your question? What's your question?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that Armando
What's your
knew that.
question?
Because he has a problem with people like you.
Huh?
Armando has problems with people like yourself.
Okay, so you're trying to start something between me and Armando. You should mind your own business.
That's
And shut the
exactly
fuck
right.
up.
Yep.
You should mind your own business. Shut the fuck up.
Honey Badger,
I don't know
can
Armando.
Honey
This is my
Badger.
business.
Looks
I'm
like
on
I don't
this
know you.
stage having a conversation with you guys.
Honey
See how
Badger.
you guys fare.
I'm interested if you care to share what's your origin story?
You talking about me?
Yeah, I'm curious. How did you come to arrive to the way you are now?
I think that the universe operates in ways that we're just beginning to understand to some degree that humans can with our limited perception and tools. And we are great storytellers.
Godly storytellers.
But that's your personal origin story, or that's just you're talking humanity in general?
Yeah, I mean, just everything. Like, if you're talking about origins, like, where did the dinosaurs come from? Where did the first organelle come from? Like, what's your question?
No, I was directing it specifically to you.
Who are you? No, I think I'm an evolved ape in this time zone at this place with this much technology at my fingertips, and here we are.
But I think it's more like why the
From Earth, grass, Oscar Mayer has a way with B-O-L-O-G.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what Jeremy was asking because this rude bitch.
So I was just kind of asking, like, more like personality wise, like what has brought this version of Honey Badger to the world?
I'm a fighter. I've always been a fighter. And I play sports.
Rock climber.
And I have kids. And
hold on. You're more than just a fighter, right? You're a rock climber, right?
Are you a baseball player? You strike me as a baseball player.
No, I don't play baseball. I think that's
He's
boring
an athlete.
Yeah, it's boring as fuck. But no, I don't rock climb either. I used to a little bit, but not anymore.
What's a sport?
A sport is a game.
No, I mean, what is your sport? I know what the fucking sport is. Shut up talking to me.
Well, no, now I'm going to shut up because you demanded it.
Like, yeah, at this point.
Yeah, you're really fun, dude. Like, you're really informative and entertaining.
Thank you. The fuck? Cute too. Add that in.
Yeah, Jeremy, I literally am here for this exact reason. I don't walk around grocery stores and restaurants and stuff and act like this. I just do this on here because that's what I'm here for.
So you're just accidentally here?
No, I'm intentionally here because actually, you know who brought me here is Tom Rabbit.
No. I'm talking about like humanity, how you were explaining it before, like generalized.
I told you dirt, rocks, grass, Oscar Mayer.
Bro, I'll try to catch a serious conversation with Sir Jaguar, and it fails all the time, bro, because you're a constant troll, nigga. I'm asking you.
Dude, I'm being trolled right now.
Who are you?
Dude, I'm the honey badger, dude. I'm fine. You think this is something? You think I'm like all miffed?
Yo, honey badger don't give a fuck.
Honey badgers don't give a fuck.
Right.
Yeah. This is what you're getting down.
That is one of the greatest YouTube videos of all time, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same family as Wolverines, right? So.
What?
What are mastilids? I don't know.
No, literally,
I don't know
like
taxonomy at all. So I just go,
what a
what?
freak!
Oh my god, what does he
What a
mean?
freak!
What a frick!
Hey, but you've never thought about a different path of this whole God concept that you keep worrying about, Sun Jaguar? How about if it's just a race to be God, and it's not have nothing to do with the identity?
It's a what? A race to
A
be?
race to be God, yeah, to be the greatest human being on earth.
Oh no, I'm not even close, dude. I failed at a bunch of shit.
No. I'm saying the doctrine.
I'm lost, dude. What are you talking about?
So you keep saying that we believe in God, right? And
no, you guys do. I don't think you do.
I get it. Just bear with me. All right. So instead of, you've never looked at the doctrine any other way except that, just to bash people that believe in something fictitious.
Look,
right?
I don't even have to go to your. You know how many guys I've met with in person about their religion, and they keep looking over at their Bible.
You are on one part of the.
You don't even let me finish.
Yeah,
so
I know,
we sit at a table, and I'm speaking with an individual on purpose about their doctrine, and they look over at their book numerous times and never crack it because it's unnecessary.
What? That's true belief? Is what you're saying? Or it's not true belief?
No, it's that it's unnecessary to talk about your faith.
So don't say you're a Christian if you don't know the whole Bible.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
It's unnecessary to talk about what you do for a living. It's unnecessary for you to talk about the sports you play by yourself.
Yeah, so what? Okay. So that's why I try to keep it to not about me and more about God and what you guys say about him.
Correct. Faith.
Right.
You see how you're like double tongued? You're saying
yeah. So let's see how double tongued you are. So is faith the most important part? Is faith the most important part, Serpent?
Not Serpent.
Yeah, he's a serpent.
The most important part, what out of all these words that we could use? No, I would rather use truth. It's the most important part.
Is your truth evidence based?
1000%, demon.
Wow, that's a lot of percents.
Well, yeah, you're right.
So 1,000? Are you sticking with that one?
Nah, I'll bring it down to 100.
Okay, 100. Okay, so it's like not a supernatural percentage you're referencing.
The thing is that exceeding 100 is kind of retarded for me.
Honey, the thing is,
dude, you know
like,
why I do this, Armando?
Like
because
live in
I'm
other
having
galaxies.
fun.
You operate in other realms. You literally are out of this world.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't even say that you give us 120%. You know what I mean?
Sweetie, are you the guy in the foreground or the background of your profile pic?
I think 110 is the max.
Oh, I'm in the foreground.
Okay.
All right.
I heard it from Kobe.
That's my best friend in the back.
I think 110 is the max.
I like that topic, and it's not. You want to debate about it?
No.
All right. Then stop contorting your tongue, serpent. You see, this is what I mean about being truthful. You're not truthful, bro.
All right, let's see if you're. Let's play a little game and see how truthful you are. All right. So, does your God exist in my reality?
Yes.
Does he want me to follow him?
No. The next question is you should say who is it?
Listen, Bert gets bored of this because it's too easy.
Hold on. Say who is it?
It's just so easy. It just cuts it all down.
Does he exist in your reality? Yes.
No LARP wars.
Now, who is he? Is Jesus, right? And I'm asking you, is Jesus historical? You're gonna say yes.
I'm gonna say, I'm gonna say it's likely. Yeah, sure.
Should I give the Rascal makes an excellent
did this man dead ass insist on a dialogue tree
argument? Honey Badger, should I do Rascal's existential argument from consciousness on the non-existence of God?
Oh yeah, I want to hear it.
Okay, all right. So Armando,
no,
at the beginning, before there was anything, was God, right? Is that correct?
Right.
What else was there?
God. Hold on. The first
nothing, because he hadn't created anything yet.
Hold up.
The first sentence.
the thing is that with God, right? It starts in the beginning. So it's in the beginning, God created, right? So it's
right. But what was before the creation?
Human
Water.
assumptions. Yeah, our assumptions, imaginary.
So God doesn't have a creator?
In the beginning, there was water and nothing at the same time.
Look at it like a race. Look at it like a race, right?
Wouldn't that make
No, I don't want to go for biblical. So like,
let Cora put down her argument.
Yeah.
Before
Is she cutting out or is it just me?
No, I think
she's cutting out for me too.
Before anything was created, what was there?
God.
Void. Jesus.
You can't say void. You have to say God, you guys. Just freaking be honest.
All right.
All right, God.
Okay.
Okay.
Does consciousness?
Wait, what was that?
Does God consciousness?
She cutting out, or is it?
Does God have consciousness?
From what I hear, I think, yeah.
Alive, interacting, self-recognition, right?
If there's nothing but God, what is God conscious of?
I can't answer that question.
Right.
Sorry.
So in order to be conscious, you have to be conscious of something that is outside yourself. If there's nothing else, you can't be conscious.
Of its creation?
It was before creation, Armando.
What was
how he's just not tracking me.
Because I'm tracking.
So God didn't have a creator. Wouldn't that make him an atheist? Boom. You feel me?
What if God didn't believe in God? Wow.
The thing is that he doesn't, right? And it is kind of like atheistic if you put your feet inside his shoes.
That's exactly what it is.
But
not
it's claiming
atheistic. It's just atheism. Is what it is.
Yeah.
But anyway, essentially the existential argument is in order to be conscious, there has to be something outside yourself to be conscious of.
I heard what you said, Mondo.
Boom. That's why I'm atheist. I'm God.
Right.
Or I'm you know what I mean?
See, this is why you need to read the
what it
Bible,
throws
because
me
there is an answer to this.
Yes, there's an answer in the Bible.
I have read the Bible 8 times.
Well,
yes, the Bible says when he created the universe.
You need to seek this.
I think the Bible is for like details,
the Bible
right?
says,
But I think the Bible is in all of us.
When the Bible says before God spoke the universe into existence, he hovered over the waters.
That's not what it says.
Which is an allegorical concept for either the waters being what's the other guy's name? I can't remember.
And it doesn't say what he just said.
And Tiamat, the fresh water.
Okay, do you want a verbatim reading? If you want to be
even conceptually,
you're missing an important word. Yeah, no, God's face covered the water.
I mean, that's just standard Mesopotamian
it's the same
mythology.
thing,
that
which
the first
means
thing
that
was
God
the
would
waters,
be
the fresh
conscious
water
of
and the salt
something
water.
outside himself.
I think it's the likeness of God, and then we all look the same.
Well, then misogyny. What you're admitting is God didn't create everything.
I don't believe it. I don't believe in God, so I can admit that.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't believe in God either. But the waters that actually appears in multiple Mesopotamian and Proto-Indo-European mythologies. It's a common mythological thematic theme.
It's his domain.
Anyway, so like if you look at like the Ugaritic texts, the first thing was the waters, the fresh water and the salt water. And then they had children. And then those children eventually destroyed them. Like Marduk shot an arrow down Tiamat, the saltwater primordial Stros, and ripped it in half and made the earth and the sky out of it. Yeah.
That isn't Ugaritic though. Marduk isn't Ugaritic. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
But you guys are saying you guys are saying waters before rock?
and hear
You got the
anything.
link for it?
It just sounded like
Yeah, I'm gonna post the link and y'all could DJ it up and
Y'all
play
know
it, stop
nigga,
it
we
whenever
gonna
you.
play that shit right in front of you.
All right.
And roast your ass if that shit is crazy. What's up, Jacob? You hoe ass nigga. Come up here and understand what sovereignty feels like, bro. Come up here, Jacob.
How are you?
Pop it, lock it, stop it, drop it, hop it.
Let's get it. Let's go. That? That's what you played?
What?
Hey, man, why your shit is not on YouTube, man? I don't trust that link.
What link?
That's a private link. Trust me, man. For real.
Yeah,
You gotta trust me.
Nah,
Ban Lab.
Nigga, you crazy. Nigga, you lie.
Yo, why you don't use DistroKid?
I do.
So then what the fuck? Post that. Post like so.
I just made it today, buddy.
What DistroKid?
I just got through cooking it.
You lucky.
I see.
I got some major bass on one of them. I forgot which one it's on. Some major bass. I did a double bass line.
You did a double pitch to Chesty?
Did a double bass line. I seriously been doing this for a long time. I ain't no rookie, for real. So
Oh shit, yo, I just realized that's a BandLab link. I use BandLab to make a reference
add
track.
me, bro. I just made that profile, bro.
Word.
I got 5 songs on that shit.
You be making like full song? I just use it for reference tracks, like a little get an idea.
That's what the industry want, the snippets. The snippets. Yeah. If your snippets ain't right, you ain't selling no beats.
What's up with you, dog? You over there clipping your toenails or something?
Nah, I'm playing with the plug. But you can play some rich kid. What's his name? Rich. 4 phones, nigga. Since you scared to play the BandLab, play.
All right, bro. I ain't scared, dog. I got an iPhone anyways, nigga. You ain't gonna be able to hack me, nigga.
Yeah. That's the easiest way to hack you.
Man, you see what I'm saying, dog? Like, as soon as I click that shit, dog, now I gotta put my email and password. I do it. Now I feel like I got bro. I feel like you got my information already, my nigga.
Nah, BandLab.
You better put your firewall up, no.
This shit.
I'm outside, man. I rolled up a blunt. Come down and smoke this blunt with me, man. I got the location. You want to smoke? You probably don't smoke with bananas. You're too cool, huh?
Good job, bro. Now I go to sleep paranoid today.
Banana backwood looking ass nigga. Cracker ass. And I'm going to send you a malware or some shit in a music link.
I don't believe it. Yeah, I don't believe there's a virus or nothing, dog. I just don't want to fucking log into some shit I ain't gonna use again.
I was looking at the cat. The cat got me looking over there. Like, damn, what's that pretty little pussy?
Hey, so you can rap, so you can sing and shit, so you can rap and shit.
Oh man,
no, I don't rap. I don't like to. I don't rap at all.
My boy Jones's face is.
I'm a producer. I ghostwrite and make beats. That's all I do. I put on a beat and a ballad.
Day, go check out Jones's Instagram. It's fucking
Jones.
Yes.
Don't freeze me if I go to your Instagram.
Say what? That's Cora's cat, man. You nigga fucking. You know what I mean? Like, these nigga be on. Fucking squares.
Okay, tap out.
I'll smack the shit out of you.
One of my teeth fell out.
These nigga be trying and these nigga be on. These nigga be on.
Squares, at least they pay their $10.
That shit took you a minute. You son of a bitch.
Hey, so you gonna start singing or what, nigga?
Damn, I'm about to say fuck.
Hold up, I'm gonna sing peas and cornbread for y'all niggas in a minute. Make it getting shot on my other profile. There's a target system going down for all operatives. You guys got to stay safe. You need a security like me, cyber and in the Navy. Tacos is good. Yeah, tacos is good. All right.
Man, go ahead and start singing, nigga.
Let's go take the time. Don't rush it.
That was his shit.
That wasn't my shit. That was not my shit. My shit don't sound nothing like that.
Hey, I.O., bro, sorry for the rude and disrespect yesterday, bro. I ain't mean it.
I did.
Man, y'all apes suck, man. I got a whole class of gorillas.
Yeah, see, like, you fucked up as soon as you started.
What happened? What happened? Wait a minute. We don't want to speak freely? Man, next time I come to this fucking room, your apes better be in 3D, man.
Hey, what gang sign?
Bro, that whole time we didn't even get to hear that shit. The fuck?
I still think a producer don't know how to fucking get the sound up.
He's that hood producer, you know? Like the guy that uses his grandma's panties as a filter for the mic and
I'm just saying, like, you come and play some music, like, I'm gonna need you to have your shit ready. You know, you can't come with shit. You ain't even got your stuff together. You know? You ain't even got his stuff ready. If he was in audition for me, I would have been told his ass to go.
right? Like he really don't want to promote himself.
Mm-mm.
That's how you know niggas know.
I just watched the deadliest chimp story I've ever heard. There was a war that chimps went through in the 80s. It was brutal.
Talking about our ancestors.
No, in the 80s there was like a legit giant army of fucking chimps in the forest that separated, and then they couldn't handle being separated and like being near each other because they would patrol the borders, and then they went to war, and then like it got crazy. It's called the War of Gombe. And when they, after the war, they fucked themselves over because they had less people, less chimps. And then another chimp army came by, a whole nother clan, clique. And they didn't have enough people, so they started getting fucked up by them.
Look at my ape. Look at your ape.
Bro, just say what you want on your ape, bro.
Making you what? Brand new ape. I'm about to fly to London today.
Bro, I had a question before you left. Now,
Man, you sound like integration. Okay. The fuck you want, man? I'm hard, man. You killing my heart.
So, what was the consensus of what science says about consciousness? Guess I
that's
missed
easy,
all of
bro.
that.
They can't explain it. They have no idea what the fuck they doing. Their conscience says, I can't explain it.
Yes, they are saying that it's a work in progress. They can't fully understand it now. They are doing studies on it. There are new things coming out concerning it. There's no consensus on it as of right now. So I guess it's like the wild, wild west, and people can just make up whatever the hell they want for right now concerning consciousness.
I think I could explain it, but I don't want to. Because it's so simple.
Explain it. It's so simple. Explain.
Do we know that some people have the stance that this world that we living in is actually consciousness? Meaning, where you would almost compare consciousness to like a simulation. And they're saying that what we're living in and what we're seeing, what we're experiencing daily is a product of our consciousness. That's where some areas of research is leading to. Even those people who are into that UFO alien thing, some of them are coming around saying, all right, it's not aliens per se, it's things coming from other planets. It has something to do with our consciousness, but there's some interesting things coming out concerning consciousness. Me personally, I think consciousness is what some people would refer to as God. That's what God is to me.
It's kind of silly, don't you think?
Of speaking. Yeah, it can be. Depending upon how people take when I say God. I'm not talking of a man up in the sky. You know what I'm saying? It's like a force, a life force. That's what I've referred to as God. I don't see God as a man in the sky waiting to, choose his favorite people and punish those. It's just a force, a tool.
So why don't you call it a force?
Just for conversational purposes.
So you don't look at consciousness as a god. You look at it as a force.
Yes.
A tree.
Is consciousness just your ability to predict?
No, I would not say that it's just that. I say that it can be included in consciousness, but it is not just that.
Okay. At least it's in the bucket.
Go ahead and take a whack at it, Day. Can you scientifically explain consciousness?
I think we evolved to use our brains and have better predictabilities so we can do better things, right? And because of that, as a side effect of having strong ability to predict, you attain the ability to make decisions on a higher level.
Evolving.
I think that what you have to include in consciousness, and I think that some people don't, is that it goes beyond the brain. You know, is an argument that some people make. You know.
Yo, my bad. I thought that was Taz for a second.
Whoa, beyond the brain.
Yeah, what you got, like intelligence, instincts, emotions.
Beyond the brain.
How many of you guys have dreamt of something that happened the previous day?
I think that I have. I'm pretty sure that I have.
I have, yes.
You know, that's a mechanism humans evolve because they've been through a lot of traumatized shit. So they evolved the ability to dream. And they dream usually whatever you happen to go through that day or the day before. So that way you can relive it and face it basically. And you kind of like face your fear in your dreams. And it's like a coping mechanism. So when you wake up in the morning, you don't feel as bad.
Yo, what does it mean when I dream about something that's happening the next day? Like, for example, the day before 4th of July, I had a dream about the 4th of July. And something else, movies. I had a dream like I was in a movie theater on 4th of July or something like that because my son was going to the movies on 4th of July. And so what is that? You know what I mean?
Probably just a dream.
Because I'm just, all right.
Hold on, so what you dreamt, what you dreamt actually happened?
No. I'm just saying, no. I'm just saying, but the dream had like 4th of July in it. Like, you know, it was 4th of July. I was in a movie theater. You know what I mean?
Well, your brain never stops, you know. When you sleep, your brain is still going.
I never sleep because sleep is the cousin of death. You don't know who said that.
You know, they put like connections to people when they sleep before and did a test, and they found out like when they get into the deep state of sleeping, like the true sleeping stage, then they get like a shocking, like all the nerve system starts like skyrocketing. So it looks like your immune system just goes on like Super Saiyan mode.
Hell yeah, CC got it in the chat.
I don't know if sleep prepares you for death. I don't know if I would do that. That's it. But yeah, that chimp story is really sad, Barry. You should check it out.
Is it sadder than Anne Frank?
This might sound bad. Who's that?
Is it sadder than Anne Frank?
Wait a second. Did Jay just say he doesn't know who Anne Frank is?
Yeah, who gonna tell him?
You said that day? You son of a bitch.
Everybody knows Anne Frank. What school did you go to? Bro, he knows Anne Frank. He just think that the monkey war is sadder than Anne Frank's story.
You gotta remember Anne Frank. I'll give you a hint. Nazis.
She freed the Nazis. Wait, no, hold up. That came
Damn, that ain't for real though? You ain't never have to read that shit?
You know who Benedict Arnold is? Yo, one time I was.
Not me.
Get the fuck out of here.
Neither do I.
Hey, did he have anything to do with the eggs Benedict?
I don't really know, honestly, about about that. Yeah. Oh, all right. Now, yeah, I remember I was telling my girl about how this old guy, he called me Benedict Arnold one time. Matter of fact, not only did he call me Benedict Arnold, he called me a turncoat, which is, a whole bunch of fucking old ass fucking insults to just call you a fucking backstabber or whatever the fuck, right? And I was telling my girl this story, and I was like, yeah. And I said something like, I don't know if he didn't know, or I was like, I don't know if he thought that I didn't know who Benedict Arnold was, but I fucking know. And I said some shit like, you got to be an idiot if you don't know Benedict Arnold. Yo, and I swear she was like, yeah, I don't know who Benedict Arnold is. And I try to play it off. I was like, well, not you. I'm not, hey, I understand that you don't know, but but you niggas really don't know, man. Listen.
Yo, Bert, you remind me of Ashton Kutcher from That 70s Show. What up, Mindful?
I know who he is now.
He's a piece of shit is what he is.
Yeah,
you know what the pregnancy test said. Yeah, baby, I'm your real daddy.
What's your problem, Dr. J? You have a confession to tell us?
The confession is I'm your real daddy. Me and your mom's, we had a thing going on.
Really?
And that's when we had you. It's great lyrics. Your mom wanted you to be a soccer player. I wanted you to be a rap star. Follow my footsteps.
Pretty sure you weren't even alive when I was born.
You go play with the ball of urine. Daddy gonna be over here when you're ready to embrace him. I saw the pregnancy test.
Hey, who is this guy? Is he new?
Yeah. I mean, we inherited him like 15 minutes before you got here.
He's been baptized.
Excuse me, one minute. I have to shave my pubic hair.
Oh, you're boring. Like, your white one-liners are horrible, dude. Shut up.
Hey, wagwan me you. Say prut.
What's up, knowledge?
Yo, what up, boys?
Still trying to be Jamaican.
Who's knowledge?
Oh, did your brother ever hit that berry?
Nah, man.
He's your twin from fucking, what's it called? Chillism.
Hey, knowledge, on your picture, did you ever hit that barrier?
Hit the barrier. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, Dave. Knowledge is chillism's not Mexican.
He's like he's the literally he's the you.
Wait,
I'm the who?
I actually am Mexican.
Oh yeah, that's Day Day. Everybody keeps calling me the Day Day. I'm sorry, everybody keeps calling Day Day the me.
Yeah. We're all 6'4" in this room. What you mean? What I mean? Fuck the mods.
Yeah. All that. What up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Yo, knowledge, you're not 6'1", you're like 5'6". Shut up.
Not even that. He's like
What are you talking about? 6'1"? Hold on. What are you talking about?
He's like, what the hell?
What?
I don't know. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Nathan's
6'1"?
friends with him because Nathan looks like a basketball player standing next to him. Like Nathan's only 5'8".
Yeah, he's like 5'2", 4'9" or something.
Wait. He's 5'8.5". Put some respect on him.
But why do you care about another man's size?
It's called humor. Cora brought it up. I thought it would be funny to follow up on it. Anyways, what you talking about?
I was talking about the word Gombe.
We're talking about how awesome chillism is and how we wish we were chillism.
Oh, that's a fact.
And yeah.
What? No, the fuck we weren't. I can't fucking stand being in there for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, bro, I try to be in there, but they talk about nothing, bro.
Yo, for real, son, it's nothing but fucking chaos. No type of decorum. The fucking women seem to be oppressed in some way.
So Nathan has to beat up on them, right?
Yeah. To each their own. One of the best nicknames our room ever had that I loved was the Jerry Springer of Clubhouse. This was one. Actually, Boris was there for that time. We were called the Jerry Springer of Clubhouse.
Yeah, but that was when chillism was actually something.
Oh God, chillism has gone through many different cycles.
Nah, no, it hasn't.
Chillism has gone through at least 3 different cycles now.
And what cycle is it in right now?
Season 3 of Chillism. Sorry, yeah, season 3 of Chillism.
It's on their menstrual cycle. What up, Steve?
Nice.
Hello, Apes family. I'm
Yo, knowledge.
Hold on.
Sure,
Don't
I'll
tell
hold
me
on.
I stole it. Did I steal it?
Steve. That was
if
cool.
I stole it, no, that's crazy.
Yo, knowledge. Why don't you hire Nathan? He needs a better job.
Hire for what? What I missed?
Well, just hire Nathan. He needs a better job than the church job he has. He needs to be some.
He does what he does. What you mean? Why are you hanging on?
Because you're his friend. He needs something better. You want something better for your friends. Like,
hey, that's my dog.
Stop suppressing black people, dude.
Listen, I hired plenty of blacks. I let them clean the toilets. I let them cut the grass. I let them do the edges.
Yo, that's another thing, son. Them niggas is racist as hell. They be saying the wildest racist shit in there.
Wait. Hold on. Look. I'm not going to say too much of my dog Boris because that's my boy, but man, he said some stuff back in the days. That's all I'm going to say.
Go repeat what I said. What did I say?
Not racist stuff, but he said, I used to smoke at least an ounce of weed per day. At least an ounce per day. Quote unquote. Yo, word on my flag. That's what he said.
What? So fucking what?
What flag?
What?
Yo, we went through it. We went through it. We asked people. We asked people who have actual
The rainbow flag.
big weed factories. Yeah. Hold on. We asked people who had big weed factories, and he actually took it back. He said, "You know what?
Hey, hold on.
He said maybe it wasn't
what's up
an
with the
ounce.
playpen? Why you just at the playpen?
Because I have kids. I'm a family man. Well, what you mean?
No, it just sounds like you're like right next to the kid.
Yeah, I have kids. I don't know what you mean.
Beautiful sound is just.
Well, regardless of how much weed he smoked, I just wanted to report to my ape family that it's 3 days in, and as Armando correctly predicted, I not only was possessed by a demon, but I am still possessed by a demon. So just fair warning to my ape family, when you continue to take me in and listen to me, there is a chance, albeit small, I will fight to the death. Your Uncle Steve will fight to the death to make sure that the demon that possesses me does not possess you.
So,
as long as you utter truth.
Yo, Knowledge, do you realize, are you still here? No, Knowledge, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Do you realize you just proved how boring chillism was?
How did I do that?
By trying to make some. See, what you just said about me smoking weed would hype up the room, and for the 10th time, you guys would talk over what I actually.
Hey, forget about that. Hey, do you come off me when you have all the kids running around like that in chillism?
Wait,
you don't do it there. Don't do it here, bro.
Hold up. And Nathan would get all excited and start jerking off in the back corner. But see, this room doesn't go for stupid shit like that. It should just show how stupid chillism is.
What do you mean? I'm talking about stuff you said. What are you talking about?
I fuck with Boris, dog.
No, you just literally tried to prove. You just said something what you think I said, which I didn't say what you said. And in chillism, people would get hyped up and start making this a topic for the next hour. Here, we don't talk about stupid shit like that because we know just pointless, and we know that it's actually possible. So,
in chillism, you guys will bring up a debate, start talking about it, and say, that's it, I won.
All that.
Without even listening to the other person's proposition.
All that. The statement that was made.
Hey, man, do you do this in chillism?
All that.
You do this in chillism?
Yeah, all that. So the statement that was. All that.
You know what? That's the sixth fucking time you've said, hey, wait.
Yep, all that.
That's a demon.
So the statement, all that. So the statement that was made was
hold on.
All that. So
hold on. Hey.
All that.
Bro,
so the statement that was
you're gonna say it 10 fucking times?
All that. Yep, all that. So the statement that was made.
Hey, hold on. Knowledge.
Are you saying all that or all that?
All that.
All that.
So the statement, all that. You got it. Yep,
hey, what flag are you wearing?
You got it.
All that.
Yeah.
You got that nigga doing the R2D2, dog. Look at him.
But he turned into a robot. What just happened?
All that. So, anyways, the statement that was made, all that. So, the statement that was made.
Hey, I don't even want to hear him say what he has to say.
I know. You know, I'm sure you don't. Anyways.
Look at him.
So, yeah. All that. The statement that was made was.
I'm petty as fuck. Nah, you know what? I'm not.
I know, that's cool. That's dope.
Hey, why do they say Knowledge ain't really Mexican? Does he like portray to be a Mexican?
Yeah. All that. So the statement that was made was about. All right, I'll be right back.
Bro,
do your kids know you're not Mexican?
Savior.
He's got like 3 kids.
I was going to say, thank God for his babies. Yeah, thank God for his babies.
Bro, I love kids. They're
so true. He's literally he's like a mimic version of you from a different dimension.
Children are easier for the demon to possess, though.
I don't see it, Boris.
Dude, he's Mexican. He's got a black wife. He's got like 3 kids.
Four seconds.
No wonder
Anyways,
he talks
I got four.
like
Anyways,
that.
not the point.
No
Anyways,
wonder.
Why did they say he's not Mexican?
Like that.
So yeah.
He's the baby
Yeah,
daddy.
all that. So anyways, I was gonna. Yeah.
No
So
wonder you talk like that.
All that. Anyway, the statement that was made. All that. I know. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. So the statement that was made earlier was statement about all that. So the statement that was made earlier was a statement about chillism. The state of chillism.
Hey, you don't even care about it?
Yeah. All that.
Hey, do you care about me?
I love you. Yeah. So the statement that was. I love you. Hey. So the statement that was made.
Hey, but do you care about us?
Yeah. So the statement that was made
earlier. Do you care about us?
Hey, CC. Hey, Cora.
Yeah. So the statement that was made earlier was a statement about chillism.
Say I love you.
Yeah. All that.
Hey, if you care about us, say I love you.
All that. This is clearly a space of intellectual debates. Anyways, so the statement that was made earlier.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, say I love you, then start your statement.
Yep, 100. So the statement that was made earlier.
Just tell us how much you care about it.
100. Yeah, so the statement that was made earlier was a statement about chillism, the state of chillism, and the state of the boardism that it is, and why it is what it is.
Bro,
and then I made a
that
statement
guy's
about
gay, bro.
Yeah, and then I made a statement about an argument that was made from Boris earlier, and one of the earlier
yeah, but we already heard the story. You already said the story.
In one of the earlier
You already said the story, though.
In one of the earlier states of chillism.
Nah, hey, bro, that shit rewinded. Nah, you already said the story. Nah, hey, we ain't going for that. I thought you were able to start off from like.
In one of the early. Yeah, so in one of the earlier states of chillism, which was the chillism 2.0.
Yeah, we already went through that.
Where he made a story.
Yeah, you said it resurrected 3 times already. Yeah, you said it resurrected 3 times.
All that. Where he made a statement.
Is that what you're doing? Saying the history of this
bro,
shit?
He's saying it again.
Where he made where he made a statement about smoking. As we forgive those. Mike is more interesting. Go ahead, Mike. All right.
Nigga, I'm praying for y'all, bro.
No.
Anyways, where he made a statement about smoking.
Don't pray for him. I'm the one that's fucking possessed.
Y'all niggas is all possessed.
You are free to use the N-word anytime you weren't, sir. But even though I'm possessed, I choose not to use that word.
Deliver us from evil.
Okay, well, I hope you get delivered from evil. I really do, because I'm possessed.
Anyways, all that. So
that's the
all that.
Yes, Mike. I hope one day you are delivered from your evil. I truly do.
That's more to the chain for y'all. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, kinda. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, go ahead. Have fun with Mike. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Well, I think we should all have at least 15 seconds of silence for Mike to hope in our own thoughts that he can be delivered from his evil.
Okay.
What's wrong with you?
Just 15 seconds. Just make it 10 seconds.
Crazy,
just 10 seconds
right?
of silence to hope Mike can be delivered from his evil.
Wait, Steve, that's not very characteristic of a...
Well, that's because I'm fucking possessed. Ask Armando. He's the one that diagnosed me 3 days ago. I warned everybody. I warned everybody.
I know, I was there. They done fucked up now.
I have no idea how long I'm going
to... So that's more entertaining for you guys.
I'll take it.
You're all fucked up. Nigga, huh? Forgive me for what I did wrong.
Exactly, and Mike, once again, even though I'm possessed,
I know I'm evil,
and you can use that word as much as you
nigga,
want.
I refuse.
I know.
Don't believe me?
I will not use that word, even if I am possessed. Use it a gazillion times.
I'm not even possessed by the devil.
I do forgive you. I do forgive you.
See, that's the problem, man, is that y'all always talk about forgiveness. But do y'all forgive?
No, you can't forget.
What the
It's impossible to forget.
So this is better. This is what y'all call.
You can forgive, but
Yes, but you cannot forget. You can forgive, but you cannot forget.
Tuna.
So then, what's the point of like forgiving? If it's like you're always gonna think this person is this way, they did wrong. I forgave them, yes, but I can't forget that. So
yeah, in other words, they did wrong that time. You forgive them, and now you move on because you're hopeful that they don't do wrong again.
Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Exactly.
What was it that George Bush said?
Literally,
He said, "Fool me once, shame on
you.
Fool me, can't get fooled again."
That G. Cole song. What do you mean? That G. Cole.
That's the Who.
That's not.
Yeah, that's the one. It's a memorable moment for sure. And you're right. J. Cole sampled that in his song "No Role Models." It's a pretty famous clip.
Yes.
All right, I can adapt. So my favorite color is blue. I love
Ronald Reagan said
The number
45
3 is a
years
very
ago,
cool
trust
number.
but verify.
Anybody else like the number 5? I think
Trust
5 is a
but
very
verify.
Cool number. Anybody else have a
trust but
favorite
verify.
number?
I like.
What do you guys think about rainbows? Any
What are you
conspiracy with
talking
rainbows?
about?
Oh, I'm trying to adapt to the room.
You
Anybody
want to
else
talk
have
about
conspiracy?
rainbows? That's what
Speaking
they
of
talk about in
rainbows,
China.
I haven't had a big
You
stick
see?
in
Look
a
at that.
long
Look at
long
that.
minute.
Steve
No
adapted.
big sticks.
Yep, no big sticks. Yep. Anybody else have anything about rainbows? Favorite colors?
I think that they're often associated with a lack of impulse control.
Agree. Anybody else have an opinion about lack of impulse control?
Well, lack of impulse control can lead to all sorts of issues, from making rash decisions to struggling with habits or addictions.
There's a robot.
It's important to recognize.
That's a fact.
Bro, you
are a
fucked that
robot.
head, nigga.
Yeah, that's one of ChatGPT's voices.
Yeah, right. Yo, ChatGPT, give me a New York accent when you speak.
Here's another one of ChatGPT voices.
Let me know if you want to hear anything else in the New York accent, all right?
Yeah, nice.
Glad you like it. Anything else you want to chat about? I'm all ears.
What do you think about this foolish people on Clubhouse, like all around, like talking?
The fucking guy who was controlling it was asking it questions. That's not fun. You asshole. Let us ask the questions. That would have been fun. You selfish piece of fascist shit.
What's that? What's that, brother?
My view on subpar AI.
Okay.
AI is only as good as the prompt writer.
Well, the stack underneath it matters as well. Because if you've got a shitty prompt, but you've got an intelligent backline that's going to correct the prompt for even a more
AI is gonna take over the world, guys. I'm telling you. Wait 5 years.
5 years are gonna be fucking screwed. It's not a bad thing. It's a really good thing. You're gonna.
But you just said we're gonna be screwed.
Like screwed in a good way.
And so, why don't you tell us how AI is going to take over you? I really want to know.
Basically, they are evolving too quickly. Each company like Nvidia.
No. Listen,
Shut the fuck up, man! Don't say no to me.
I know it's difficult, but just listen carefully. How will AI take over you? You said it would take over the world, so tell us how it will take over you.
Okay, bitch. Listen. Basically, it's gonna do
This bitch is listening.
Okay, thank you.
I'm possessed. I'm possessed. That's
bitch,
fine. Go
shut the fuck up. If you're gonna ask me a question, let me answer.
As long as you answer it.
Yeah, I'm about to. So basically, AI is gonna do your thinking, right? When AI do your thinking, what happens with your brain?
No, you mean your thinking. Once again, how is it going to take over you?
Shut the fuck up when I fucking
So number
speak,
one,
bitch.
AI is going to take over your thinking. Okay, that's number one. What's number two?
Number 2 is that you're gonna become really stupid because
You're going to become really
Treyway,
stupid. Okay. So here's how AI is going to take over you. You're going to become really stupid.
Listen, Steve.
You know what? I got
make
news for you. You don't have to wait for AI. You're already fucking stupid.
That's a good one, Steve. +1. But yeah, like each company, like Amazon and Google and Microsoft, they have bought fucking nuclear facilities to fucking supply the electricity to AI. What do you think that means? Each company now, even Amazon.
Did you say butt fucking nuclear?
That's what I thought he said, Cora, but I didn't want to.
That's all I
what I
caught.
thought he said.
Does that say something about
Yeah.
No,
They
I
fucking bought a nuclear facility to match the supply of
Do the
demand.
companies have a good supply of Vaseline also?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know
bitch.
why you're laughing, dude. You're the one that's fucking bringing it up.
Listen, so basically, wait 5 years, you're gonna be really happy because life is gonna be wonderful. We're living in a really nice times. It's like we discovered electricity.
I'm going to be really happy in 5 years because you're going to be really stupid. Okay, I'll put that on my fucking calendar.
You were funny the first time, man.
I'm possessed, dude.
Fuck you then.
Hey, Gayway. What makes you think that running into this room with a pink ticket and trying to attack the mods was really going to endear you to people?
Are you fucking satanic, Steve?
I was diagnosed 3 days ago by Armando for being possessed. You asked the question.
Yes.
You asked.
Let me remove the possession of you. You need to listen to this.
By Armando 3 days ago for being possessed by a demon, and the demon still lives within me.
Okay, can I play you a Quran and maybe you will feel better? Try to listen to it.
We don't need you to relieve us of our possessions. That's why you're on tag at the moment. Stop breaking
shut
into
the fuck
houses.
up. Who asked you to speak, bitch?
Your prophet fucked a 9-year-old. Shut up. You're no one to sit here judging anything.
Yo.
Wow, that went left
really quick.
Your religion, the law of USA, it was legal to marry a fucking 5 years old. Did you know that?
But only if they were Muslim, because it didn't matter. They're not real people.
No, you
Does
fucking can't, because it was legal in USA 100 years ago, you idiot. Didn't you know that?
Like I said, so long as they were Muslim, because they're not real people.
Shut the fuck up, you
souls.
fucking Islamophobic bitch.
We're not afraid of you. We're just, we tolerate you in the same way that we go to the
Why did your prophet couldn't find nobody his age? He had to go for like a 7-year-old.
Bitch.
A 7-year-old.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. Listen, AI is gonna fucking take over.
Did he get possessed as well? He was like having schizophrenia, like that, being possessed. Remember? It's in the Quran.
Yeah, he thinks the moon was split in two.
How about you shut the fuck up, bitch ass nigga? Listen, what I'm trying to tell you here.
Son of a muta. Calm down.
You should fucking worry about AI taking over.
So yeah, I saw a dude the other day with his arm up the back of a camel.
I'm 1 against 10
I didn't realize he was a
I'm
mechanic.
I'm a brave guy. I'm 1 against 10. I don't give a fuck about you guys. So
no, that
if you want to join me, you can do that.
Never gonna happen.
Join me and I go against the mass.
Hard pass.
The only thing that's gonna go with you is camels.
You should worry about AI because AI is gonna be your fucking bitch.
AI is gonna be my bitch, so I shouldn't have anything to worry about.
Yeah.
You're not gonna be able to reproduce.
You're not going to be
we
able
need to reproduce. It's an issue. It's a big issue. Elon Musk talks about it all the time.
That's not what's going to happen.
Elon Musk says we are declining in numbers. We need to make more. We need to reproduce.
Elon Musk.
Fucking reproduce.
Hold on.
You know that Elon Musk hates Muslims.
Hold up.
No, Elon Musk loves Muslims. He says he hates Muslims on the outside.
Where are you from? Treyway, where are you from?
I'm from your mom's pussy, man.
Hey, do you know what do you call an Arab with a hand up a camel's ass?
Bro, I don't give a fuck what you say, man. You're nobody, man.
A mechanic.
You're a cunt.
That's
fucking
where,
pussy. That's what you are. Listen, I'm a guy who's alone here against all of you. If you want to fight me, fine. I'll fight all of you alone.
Why is
because I'm
your
a
name
strong guy.
Treyway if you're not in the gang?
Bro, you're not even
I'm in a
getting
fucking
kicked out
gang
or
in New York
nothing,
gang,
bro.
you know?
If
Treyway.
I didn't make a promise 6 weeks ago, and if I wasn't possessed, you would be down in the goo fucking 10 minutes ago.
I fucking make him a bitch.
I know, right?
But I
We
made a
do not have
promise.
the
I made a
time to
promise 6
reparent
weeks
you.
ago I wouldn't drop anybody.
So do you like admire
Even though I'm possessed, I'm still
I don't give a
holding to my
fuck
promise.
about your psychological warfare.
I
or
know
whatever.
you don't give a fuck about me.
I don't give
How
a
many
fuck about
9-year-olds
you
have
or
you
your
got
fucking
hard on for?
possession. I fuck you and you fucking.
Yeah, that's a good question. How many
possessed them.
9-year-olds have you fucked?
As much as your dad has.
So not even a proper Muslim.
Thanks, somebody, whoever did, for moving him to the goo. I really wanted to. Promised I wouldn't 6 weeks ago.
Why I kicked them out?
Thank you. Thank you.
Check out Steve on his No Goo November.
I'm still possessed though. Yeah, no goo, no November. You know, still possessed.
I just dropped in to see what condition my condition was in.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Ah, you know that, Steve.
Yes, I do. I do know that.
Fuck yeah, Kenny Rogers.
Like Benedict.
Steve, these guys
What movie
are
was
so
that on?
uncultured. It's crazy, bro.
The Big Lebowski.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hi, Apes. How are we?
Hey, how's it going?
Uncle Steve is possessed. 3 days now.
You know what else was famous off that movie? That Bob Dylan song, "The Man in Me."
I feel like the alphabet people would want to, claim that song if the title was "The Man in Me."
The Man in Me. That's good. Well, no, because he's saying like a woman like you. You know, with the Bob Dylan accent. He's like, well, it takes a woman like you. Well, I guess they still could if they're trans. It takes a woman like you to get through to the man in me. Yeah.
If you're not a Muslim.
I always knew you were a white man. The moment you didn't pay me that $10.
That's a white thing now.
How come no one has come up with an app specifically for tipping, like interpersonal tipping?
Yeah, it's called Cash.
Surely,
Venmo.
I mean, is it as easy as handing someone cash?
Yeah.
All right, maybe I'm just behind the curve on that.
Yeah, I could just post, one of us could post our Cash Apps at the top. Just click that shit, send some money. Well, you guys don't have Cash App, right, in the UK?
Well, no, I'm in New Zealand.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. Sorry.
Wait, let me explain something to you. I am not Mr. Lebowski. You're Mr. Lebowski. I'm the dude.
I'm the dude, or the duderino.
That or his dudeness or duder or, El Duderino if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
El Duderino, if you're not into the whole brevity thing. Yeah, that's great. Classic shit.
Okay.
Hey, Barry, check out my PTR.
What is that? What am I looking at?
That's the chimpanzee system.
Oh, is that what you were talking about with the, what was it?
follow. And he says in the beginning of this ayat, are there any of your partners who guides to the truth? Because you guys come with partners who guides you, right? You have some people that you consider your guides. Imam Shafi'i, Bukhari, Herman. You believe that these partners are guiding you, and Allah is telling you who is your guide.
Okay.
And he's telling you, you don't know if these guys are guided.
So you went outside the book.
With a question.
We stay in the book. We in the words of my brother, my beloved yesterday, I want to stay in the book. I don't want to go out the book. We just in the book. I'm saying from the book, the messenger of Allah is worthy to be followed. Allah guided him to the truth. So did his companions. So we followed them because they guided to the truth. Right? We can get to that later. But do you agree that the prophet and the companions guided the people to the truth?
This is Allah and his messenger, right?
Say again.
And his messenger speaking, right? In this ayah.
The messenger guided the people to the truth and the companions, the people of knowledge.
Allah is telling the prophet to say these words, right? It's because it says cool.
Right.
Telling you is the guide.
Allah is the guide. Allah guided the prophet.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I want. Now let's go to the next ayah.
Yeah, but it's my turn.
What's the other one? I know you said you was going to give me
465. I want to know the difference between.
Read it for the room.
So 460. I want to know the difference between verse 465 and 1035. That's what I want to know.
Well, can you read 435 to the room?
I said 65. I'm in my verse now.
Oh, 465. Can you? I know both of those. You said you wanted both. So
yeah,
read.
so I want you to stay right there where you was at 1035, and I want to see what's the difference between the two verses.
I know. Can you read 465 for the
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. But know by your Lord, they will never accept you. Oh, sorry, they will never be true believers until they accept you as a judge in their disputes and have and find no resistance within themselves against your decision and submit wholeheartedly. So can you explain the difference between those two verses?
Yes. Okay. So one is telling you who's your guide. And now this other one, while the prophet was here, who he was to judge. But now we got to go to the ayat which says what the prophet was instructed to judge with. And he had to judge with Al-Quran.
So, okay. So you saying that from what you get from these two, this verse 65, you saying that the prophet didn't judge them based upon, you saying he judged them only with the book of Allah? That's what you say?
I told him that he had to, or else he would be a disbeliever, I believe. Let me see if I can find that ayat, because he could only judge by what is revealed. Anybody who don't judge by what is revealed, they're.
Because how I understand this verse, Allah basically
548.
548. Okay, thank you.
Wow.
Okay, so let's look at what the prophet had to judge with. Okay, so if we're gonna follow like the prophet's footsteps, because he's not here right now, we should judge with what he was ordered to judge with as well. So he said, "We have revealed to you this book with the truth, as a confirmation." Is this the right one? Yeah. As a confirmation of previous scriptures and a supreme authority on them. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed, and do not follow their desires over the truth that has come to you. To each of you, we have ordained a code of law and a way of life. If Allah had willed, he would have made you one community, but his will is to test you with what he has given you. So compete with one another in doing good. To Allah, you will all return. Then he will inform you regarding your differences. So Allah is ordering him. We have revealed to you this book. It's one book. He doesn't say a collection. He is ordering the prophet to judge by what is revealed in the one book, Al-Kitab. So the prophet has to use the Quran in order to judge. And that brings me to this ayat here, where Allah says on how to follow the messenger.
So
So this is how you follow the messenger. You ready?
May I speak when you done?
But I want you to see how to follow.
Okay, go ahead. I know I got the angle monitor on right now. I know I got to be careful on what I say and when I talk.
Can you remove all the trolls in the room, please?
2154.
Rock.
Okay, real quick.
Rock, are you there?
You want to say something to Rocco before I recite this ayat right now?
Can you remove the trolls in the room?
Can you get control of the room? What's wrong?
Trolls, not you. Trolls in the room.
Oh, okay. You sound kind of blurry. You sound muffled.
You said what?
Can you remove the trolls in the room?
Make me mod real quick, Rocco. I drop him out.
Nah, I can't see the screen right now. When I get home, I'll do what I need to do.
Make me mod real quick, Rocco. I drop myself. I just move down.
That's all right.
Okay, I got this ayat. So now you want to know how to follow the messenger. 2134. Had we destroyed them with a torment before this, they would have surely argued, our Lord, if only you had sent to us a messenger, we would have followed your ayat before being humiliated and put to shame. So the ayat is telling you who your guide is, right? Allah. This is what the prophet is telling you, who the guide is. Now you want to know how the prophet judged? He judged with the Quran. And he was a judge. I believe that wholeheartedly.
Okay. Yeah. From the Quran, sister, now, what is the difference between the messenger Jibril coming down and the prophet receiving revelations and the inspirations through dreams and visions? Can you tell us the difference from the Quran?
Well, Allah says that he reveals by sending a messenger with a veil or through inspiration. So, alhamdulillah.
So it's a difference, right? Do you say it's a difference?
It's three.
Okay, so it's three types of forms of revelation. So what I'm saying is now, if the prophets receive a vision during his ministry when he was preaching, I'm asking you, is that the same as the Quran?
Well, whatever his vision probably was for him. And if it was something that Allah wanted him to put out into the world, it would have been in the Quran.
Well, in the Quran, Allah says in the Quran, it can't be for that because he says in two places. In Surah 81, verse 24, he says, he does not withhold what is revealed to him of the unseen. So if the messenger of Allah received a revelation from Allah, he do it. He would do it, he say it. So that your opinion about what you just said, it's not a reality. The Quran refutes
it's not
that point.
An opinion though. What is
it is because the Quran refuted that point, the idea.
Fire. What was their claim? What didn't they follow that the messenger came with?
Miss Now, the Quran refuted that you said the messenger hold it for himself. The Quran say he does not withhold what is revealed to him of the unseen.
What is revealed? What is being revealed to him? You're right. You're right.
That he's
right.
to the Rasul.
So what is being revealed?
So example, all of a sudden the prophet is walking, put your hands up, do this, do whatever. He could receive inspiration and he do it. And guess what? The people say, why you doing this? He clarified the reason he doing it. So he's explaining the thing to them. He's explaining it to them. He's telling them. But when the angel Jibril, the messenger, when he comes down, that's not the same. When he's reciting Quran, that's not the same way. Then the other wahis, they different. Make sense?
But it may not make sense and resonate because
himself right now.
The matter is kind of huge.
The people, it's their responsibility is to preserve the goal of Islam is to preserve the religion.
But Allah
because if we don't have, no, the goal is to preserve the religion of Islam. It's not so we can make it up. That's what the people before us did. They made it up. And they start doing things different. That's what makes Islam special. It's not a religion where it's based upon knowledge, if that makes any sense. It's based upon the men. These are the men. These are the good guys. These are the bad guys. These are the hypocrites. These are the people who battling. These are the scholars. These are the rulers. These are the laymen. These are the students of knowledge. These are the women. Like, that's what Islam is about. It's not about this I don't know anything anymore type of deal.
And he'll raise up discernment.
You know what I'm saying? And it help you see the opposite of what a kuffar does from what a Muslim does.
Yeah, that's what it's about. The prophet came to condemn crime.
If
That's the point.
Allah, I got a question. Will Allah ever mislead the believer? Will he? Is Allah? If Allah guides you, is there anybody who can misguide you?
Yourself and Satan.
If Allah guides you, is there any who can misguide you? If you're on Allah's, if you are on Allah's guidance, is there anybody who can misguide you?
Yourself, Satan, and your devil companion.
No.
That's who can misguide you.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
We hear what you're saying.
Allah says, he literally says, if he guides you, there is none who can misguide you. And if he misguides you, there's none who can guide you. So if Allah is the guide and Allah is the teacher, Ar-Rahman, ayat number 2, then if you let Allah guide you, he's not going to lead you astray.
That's the cause and effect.
But most men, Allah said, wait. Allah says most men will lead you astray. So do I follow the men for their guidance, or do I let the guide who's worthy of God, who's worthy to be followed? Do I let him guide me like he guided Moses and Noah?
In Surah 13, verse number 7, Allah sent every nation to God. So the prophet himself, he's a guide, not just the book of Allah.
That's saying he's the guide, and the prophet said Allah is the guide. So
okay,
I don't believe.
But listen, the messenger himself is a guide. Okay, the prophet Muhammad is a guide himself. Can you agree to that first?
I think what you're doing here is you're actually trying to change the actual point of the question, right? The point was presented to you that that Allah guides, right? That's what's being presented to you. You're trying to divert. What was the question again, now?
Just pretty much, is Allah the guide? We were following, if we all let the guide us and we let him be our teacher, will we ever be led astray?
Listen,
Allah says that most men will lead you astray. But Allah says that if he guides you, there's none who can misguide you. So which is more risky to follow? Let Allah be your guide? Is it more of a risk to let Allah be your guide and ask him for complete guidance? Or is it more risky to let men guide you?
Let me say it to you, and I'm gonna say something that might get an uproar from the people real quick. So this is the thing: if you don't accept the messenger of Allah himself as a guide, as your teacher, then you're gonna be led astray. Also, the Quran itself is probably only like 30% of Islam. That's another point, because you cannot practice Islam without the messenger of Allah teaching you, telling you this right, this is wrong, do this, do that. So the Quran is only 30% of Islam. Period.
You disagree?
Because the deen. What? What you mean? What you mean? It is. The Quran is 30% of Islam. It is.
Hold on, you said
the Quran is 100.
Because without the clarification, let me say something. Without the clarification of the Quran, you don't have a religion, my friend. The majority of the things that you need to know, it's in the Hadith literature.
Yeah, the Quran. Okay, so you disagree that Allah is the teacher of the Quran.
Respond next.
Okay, go ahead. But just one question, maybe anybody can answer this. So he disagrees that Allah is the teacher of the Quran. Okay, he made that clear.
Because all we got to do is talk about
make that statement again about the 30% of Islam. The Quran is 30% of Islam. Is that what you just said?
You don't agree with me?
What is that? What you just said? So everybody heard this dude say the Quran is 30% of Islam. Now I want everybody in the room, raise your hand if you just really for the converts, no, anybody, right? Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Raise your hand if you came to Islam without the Quran.
Just
raise your hand if you came to Islam. Yes, and put a thumbs down if you had to have the Quran to come to Islam. to disprove this dude's point.
Just take the statement
You're
back.
speaking crazy. 30% of Islam.
Yeah,
You ridiculous.
just take the statement back. It's not the right statement.
Even your own people are even telling you that, bro. Your own people telling you take that back.
Don't even listen to them. Just take the statement back. It's not
The
right.
majority of their religion comes from the Sunni sect and men.
You just exactly. So if the Quran is 30% of Islam,
and that means then the other 70% must be your fairy tales and traditional.
It's not even 50-50 no more.
If you don't, brother, you're not going to understand the Quran if you reject the teaching.
You don't even have the respect for God's revelation to give it even 100% that it deserves. You're gonna give it 30%. May Allah give you accordingly and abundantly. May Allah pay you.
Zainu, why do people go to hellfire that say they Muslims? Answer that question.
Because
they go to hell
Allah said the people that
think 30% of Islam is in the Quran.
I'm talking about I'm talking about the Muslims, not the I'm talking about the Muslims. Why?
You're not the Muslims, you're the Sunnis.
The ones that reject the signs. The ones that reject Allah's signs.
I can't hear you.
It says Allah says in the Quran, the ones that reject his signs.
Okay, and the signs is what?
Show us the proof.
Breaking up. The signs are whatever Allah said, and listen, and whatever His messenger said.
So can you prove that the reports is what the messenger said?
Listen, brother. But
you keep talking without proof.
Listen. What I said. Listen. What I said. The ulama say. What I'm telling you is this.
I don't care what the ulama say. I care what Allah says.
Even when it listen. Islam is based upon two principles. We all know them. Me and Zainu know this. And when you say, even when you come to hadith, you cannot go to the hadith. Listen, you cannot go to the hadith of the Prophet and take it for yourself. You can't do that.
Okay, but
you can't even explain that.
Okay.
According to who?
What you're saying is correct, but the statement is incorrect.
According to who, Zainu?
You cannot say
who
that.
Said that? I'm just asking for the proof. Like if y'all gonna sit here and spew your claims all day, then y'all should be able to give evidence when we ask for it. Is that a problem?
Okay.
So we just listen to what y'all say and we take y'all word for it, or y'all gonna prove something?
Okay. So it seems like you got a problem with percentage. Okay.
I don't have any problem. My problem is that y'all won't prove anything you're saying. That's my problem. Okay, y'all keep talking, claim. We ask for evidence, and y'all just keep over talking us. Where's the proof that only 30% of Islam is in the Quran? How did you come up with that?
How did I come up with it? Because people of knowledge said that before.
Okay, so where did they say that at?
Hey, listen. Because
can you give me the reference? Give me the reference where the people said 30% of Islam is in the Quran.
Listen, man. Let me give you the principle, brothers. Let me give you the principle.
I don't want the principle. I want where you got the principle from. So, like you see, like if I tell you it's from an ayat,
from the Quran.
Okay, you got from the Quran. You got this from the Quran?
Can I show you?
Yeah. What ayat?
So, two principles they use. Number one is we sent down to you, O Muhammad, the message, this Quran, so that you may clarify, you may make it clear. So you cannot call yourself a Muslim if you saying you ain't trying to pray like Prophet Muhammad.
Okay,
you don't accept what the Prophet Muhammad said, and you don't want to do what the Prophet. So from the door, your Islam is nullified.
Can you read the verse you're referring to?
I just told you.
You quoted a verse, but you didn't read the verse.
I'm about to give you the principles right now.
But no. You didn't hear what I said. You didn't give me the verse that you were reading of that said that the messenger made things clear. Because I want to read the verse to see how he makes things clear. The verse to tell you. What verse is it? Huh?
Say it again.
What verse were you speaking of?
First of all,
I forgot the verse.
Are you going to cut me off every time, brother?
No, listen to what I'm saying.
You just
said the messenger makes things clear.
Hold on, let me address
I
Liv
want
in the
to discuss
audience.
that.
Hey, Liv. You ain't got no scholars or none of that. So shut up. That's another point. Shut up. You don't talk to no scholars. Offline, online, none of that. So what I'm telling you is this, Kareem. You cannot be a practicing Muslim if you don't accept the Sunnah. This is the point.
According to who? So where's the proof for that?
What you mean? What's the proof of that?
Okay, so give me the evidence. Okay, so first of all, okay, the Sunnah is derived from the reports of the Sahabas. So I want you to show me the evidence that I have to follow the reports of the Sahabas.
Before we get to that, I was talking to my Muslim brother about a matter.
Every time I want evidence of what y'all saying, before we get to that, when I ask a question, before I answer your question,
oh my God.
I want you to show me right damn now. Don't know before we get to it. Do it now.
Brother, you're not here to
Show
argue.
me the
I'm not
proof.
really I'm not really here
Okay,
to argue
so
with
I
people.
want you
You
to
don't even
show me,
agree
bro.
about the Quran.
You just told me that I have to
brother,
follow the reports of the Sahabas.
About ain't gonna drop no bars.
It was good timing, though, right?
Oh, I thought, okay, Leanne gone. I ain't mean to beat her up in the chat like that. I apologize, and you know, I understand your perspective also. Jesus undefeated, man. I promise you, bro. She I don't know. We was talking about like how, you know, I put that in. If you seen, did you hit the link about the inscription about it was say 1800 years ago. So that would have been like in the year 200 AD. An inscription of Jesus. They say Jesus God or Jesus is God. You know what I mean? And that predate all these councils and stuff. They try to say orchestrated this hopes of Jesus being God. Better than the Dead Sea Scrolls, they say. It's in a mosaic. I forget where. Would y'all want to close the room? Everybody done?
I'm chilling and shit. I'm searching for shit.
I had heard something with either today or yesterday, I forget, but it said sexual like hypersexuality has something to do with ADHD. I guess one of those childhood responses of just being antsy and shit. I could see that too. You seen God Logic beat up on Tazariot?
Yeah, bro. You want to hear it? Dog, we should be doing shit like that, dog. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes the shit get exhausting, bro. Like, watch. We could do shit like that, bro.